first row.
Okej.
Słyszę? No pierwszy jeszcze, no to dopiszmy, ale na koniec.
Pan minister, no jasno, jeszcze chyba nie jest. I teraz tak, ja zaczynam po angielsku, tak? Dobra? Okej. Dobrze.
To ważne, jest to.
Zgadłam, co ja tam więc się nie... Dobrze, tam pan... Tak, już tam jest, czeka też.
Bez tego komuniketu oni nie usiądą. Ale to jeszcze chwilę.
To dzwoneczek.
Dzwoneczki jest możliwość.
Wtedy jeszcze chwilę, bo pan... A już jest. Jest z tyłu, jest z tyłu. Nie, jest.
Jako pierwszy, tak? Very transparent everything in the Parliament.
Jeszcze raz.
Ojej, straszne. Trudno. Na szóstej stronie. Tak.
Moment, czekamy na marszałka, tak? Żeby przyszedł i także jeszcze nie zaczęło.
Good morning.
Moment.
Let us wait for all participants to sit. And we are waiting for all
Już.
guests and participants and also hosts.
Marszałek.
Dzień dobry.
Marszałku.
Good morning,
Kwadrans akademicki.
dear Mr. Marshall, dear Mr. Prime Minister,
Zawsze jestem gotowy.
dear Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues. Welcome to Warsaw. Welcome to the plenary hall of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland. On behalf of the chairs of the Sejm, the Senate, and the European Parliament committees, I'm honored to welcome you all and open the 26th Inter-Parliamentary Conference on the Common Foreign and Security Policy and the Common Security and Defense Policy. I would like to inform you that yesterday there was a meeting of the Troika of the Presidency and the European Parliament. The Troika adopted the agenda of the conference and the draft joint statement of the chairs of the Sejm, the Senate, and the European Parliament Committee. This document will be sent to you after the conference. In a moment, we will listen to the opening address by Marshal of the Sejm, Szymon Hołownia, and the address by Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, Władysław Kosiniak-Kamysz. You have your headphones plugged, so you are able to select a language version on the display in front of you. The sessions will be translated into Polish, English, French, Bulgarian, Italian, Croatian, Spanish, and Serbian. I cordially request Marshal of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, Szymon Hołownia, to take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Warsaw and welcome to Polish Sejm, first of all. I will deliver my speech in my mother's tongue, and I hope everything will be perfectly translated to your languages. So let me start with cordial hello and good morning to my dear friends, przewodniczący Schetyna i przewodnicząca Agnieszka Pomaska, szanowny panie premierze, szanowny panie ministrze. Jest z nami też pan prezydent Niisto, którego bardzo serdecznie chciałbym po raz kolejny w polskim Sejmie powitać. Szanowni państwo przewodniczący, delegaci, ambasadorowie, koledzy i koleżanki parlamentarzyści, wszyscy szanowni państwo. Wszyscy państwo doskonale wiecie, że mottem polskiej prezydencji...
The motto of the Polish presidency in the European Council is a very simple slogan, 2 words, security, Europe. Today, we know that security in Europe cannot be assured, as we thought for a decade, solely by ensuring close economic collaboration. These times are over, and this formula was a good response to times which analysts today call post-war. Yet many analysts are bold enough to call these times pre-war times. Therefore, we have to be committed to European integration, collaboration, and building peace by being committed to our defense, our common defense. It seems like a cliche, but after years of a state or status of things where we mentally submitted ourselves or subdued or gave up, if you like, we have subscribed to trends and streams that proved us too weak to confront people who relied solely on power and force and strength as they emanate the vision of Europe and the world. And we have to respond to this today as members of the European Union and members of this and inhabitants of this continent. It's late, but it's not too late, I feel, to take appropriate action. I remember Marco Draghi's report, which shook all of us, at least I hope so, which showed how far behind we are when it comes to competitiveness. 800 billion euros was the figure that was listed as an amount to be invested to invest in our competitiveness against America and China. where current electricity is several times cheaper than in Europe. 800 billion. After the Nistor report, a very significant contribution to our affairs is also an amount that we have to invest in defense. Now, it's linked, isn't it? And I can see this in discussions with colleagues from other European states. If we think of spending on defense in terms of expenditures, i.e. loss in the budget, we will never get there. We will never achieve our goals. We have to think of these expenditures as investment into our competitiveness. We thought that we could use 800 billion for other things, but we have to use it here for the common defense perspective in Europe, and there's so much to be done, and you know it perfectly well. There's so much to be done. 78% of the money that Europe is spending on defense is spent outside the budgets of countries, of which 60% is actually spent in the US. It's really high time that Europe stopped cherishing the mentality of a permanent client, looking up to other parts of the world, looking up to those who produce state-of-the-art technologies in areas where we have no such technologies ourselves. We have to start producing these technologies. We have to be the shop that people come to spend billions, and we can do it. Now, you know, I was born in '76 under communism, and I see in Poland this mentality of Western, that's what we thought, being better. We had these chain of shops called Pewex, and where things were sold for dollars and for vouchers, dollar vouchers. You don't want to know what dollar vouchers are. This was false currency that imitated exchangeable currency controlled by the communists. And these shops sold Western goods. And we looked at these shops and we were in total awe. The jeans, the bubble gum, Donald Duck, and the Lego blocks, we were awed. And this is the mentality that is still in many minds. American must be better. Let's kneel down and pray. And in Europe, we also say, God, F-35 technology and sixth-generation tactical jet. How fantastic is it? It is, sorry. What about us? What about us? We have the money. We have the opportunities. We have the best talent of the generation. And what? How long are we going to be sleeping? How long are we going to be quagmired in the discussions? Our children will not forgive us. What are we going to tell them? Mom and dad talk to guys that they are befriended with? That's it? Or did we secure Europe? Europe that has 12 types of tanks that need to be managed, and the US has one type of tank. Now that's a challenge that we all face, despite other issues that we all know about. We have this gentleman in the US with a marker in his hand that at the stroke of his marker, the world can start spinning the other way around. 26 countries, qualified majorities, blocking minorities, and maybe a strategy will be born in 10 years. Now, who is going to be waiting for that? We must not wait until the majority, qualified majority, or non-vetoing minority. These times are over. We have to find allies amongst those European countries who understand the game, and we have to do operational plans understood by Europeans, maybe a dozen countries first, and with partners and former partners outside the EU, We need to talk to Norwegians. We may be in a position to talk to others. It's a game that we all share, and there's no leaving the game. It's high time that we woke up the European defense industry. It's high time we woke in Europe the awareness that investing in defense is what our future is all about. It's a pre-war time. It's not a post-war time. So the coal and steel community under the Schumann's plan was to be a vehicle deterring people from fighting. We have to change it into something that will deter others from conquering the world, and Europe is capable of standing boldly against this challenge. If Poland can, and we are trying to face up to the challenge, and we are not doing badly, I would say. Obviously, there's still so much to be done. So can Europe. Europe can stand up to the challenge. As you all know, we spend 4.7, maybe 5 in a moment, or even more percent of our GDP on defense. We are country number 15, top 15 countries that spend on defense, more than Canada, Spain, and Brazil. And we want to spend even more. We spend even more, and this is going to be the challenge and task of the government, of the future president, according to my beliefs. A simple key is going to be 50-10-50. What does that mean? 50% of the expenditure that we allocate to defense must be spent domestically in the country. Not only does it create jobs or, does it spin off investments, but it imposes a mental discipline on the country. The country knows that whilst it spends money this way, it has to get the return in dual-use technologies, not only in single-use technologies. So you spend 50% on military and civilian designations or purposes, and we have benefits. Now, 10 is our ambition to become part of top 10 countries, which are absolute global leaders when it comes to defense expenditures. And the last number, 50. We have this state-owned conglomerate, Polska Grupa Zbrojeniowa, Polish armaments group. This must become member of the top 50 producers and exporters of weapons. This is our vested interest. We must be able to make money on the predicament that has been imposed on us or against our will. You know how well oiled is the defense industry machinery in Russia. Putin is actually conscribing more hundreds of thousands of people in order to have the army to exert pressure. You know, his goal, Ukraine, is just a replacement conflict, is a vicarious conflict. For him, the goal is to change the architecture of Europe. This is why he wants to be the most influential member of NATO, where he will be deciding where American soldiers can be located and who can or who cannot join NATO. What happens in Ukraine doesn't matter. What happens to Europe and what happens to North Atlantic Alliance is the name of the game. Forgive me for what I'm going to say. Everybody says travel to Trump, make journeys to Trump, and convince Trump. And for Trump, Ukraine is a vicarious conflict. It's a substitute conflict. For him, it's China, it's Iran. Not for us. Now, we have shorter travels to make. We have to travel to Paris, Berlin, and Brussels. And we need to start seriously talking about the use of frozen Russian assets. We are wary of our currency vis-à-vis Russia. We commit the basic sin because we support the war that was staged by Putin. We should make sure that Putin pays for this. If he sets fire to part of Europe, he needs to bear the consequences. And this decision will never be made in Washington. It'll be made in Brussels, Paris, and Berlin. This is where we need traveling. This is where we have to make trips. I'm happy with the resolution of the European Parliament, but how many resolutions? Time is now. Zelensky is not asking us for soldiers to be sent in Ukraine. This discussion is really a substitute as a non-issue. He's asking us for money so that he can build a new generation of drones so that he can get an upper hand. This is the realistic issue on the table that needs to be solved, and we can obviously spend time debating for a year whether the European forces this way or that way. Should it be peacekeepers? Should it be a key peacekeeping force or that force? Now, we need to make sure that Ukrainians have the money in order to defend us with their blood, defend us against what might be coming. It seems like a logical thing to do and understandable to anyone. A gangster needs to be charged should be charged on his assets, and Europe should be able to think how to best support Ukraine, and that calls for courage, and this courage of leadership, which is a deficit commodity, and we have to be fair about that.
Now, there are speakers who understand, and there are leaders in Europe who understand that and who know how to present this point of view across Europe. But when I travel abroad and I talk to different people, what I often hear is that, well, we all know that, but who's going to do it? How do we put it all together? How about you go first? Maybe we should go first, or maybe we should develop a new format, or who's going to be the first one to say this out loud? And in these situations, I always quote words that were once said by a Polish Prime Minister that I think you know very well, the President of the European Parliament, Professor Jerzy Buzek, who talked about leadership. And somebody said, what is leadership? Who is a leader? And Buzek said, he remembered back when, during the deepest communism, there was a period when the communists decided, all right, you can establish trade unions, and he went to his scientific institute in Silesia, where he worked, to look for whether somebody would be establishing trade unions. He thought to himself, maybe I shouldn't be the one to do it, I have a family, I don't want to be punished for it, but nobody did anything for 2 weeks, so he said, well, I have nothing to lose, let's try to do it. So he called a meeting and he said, you know what, we're organizing Solidarity Trade Union. And everybody breathed a breath of relief and said, Jurek, we all wanted to say it, but nobody had the courage. Thanks for saying it. You be the leader. So leadership is not jumping around on social media and, being like a monkey in a circus. It's not running around brandishing a fist saying, I'm going to upturn all the tables now. Leadership is about the courage to say out loud what everybody's thinking, because everybody is thinking it, but not everybody has the courage to say it out loud. And then people will have the first followers to follow suit. In Europe, we will never have a dictatorship, we'll never have a single person in power. We have tried it in the past and we didn't like it, but we need leaders and people of courage who will be very clear in saying what things are like. They will say, yes, it is late, but it's not too late for Europe to restart itself. And for the words of Donald Tusk, the words that he said during these discussions in Europe, and I'm very grateful to Donald Tusk for saying it, because that's what we should feel like. So he said, how come 500 million Europeans are begging 300 million Americans to be able to cope with 140 million Russians who have not been able to cope for 3 years with 30 million Ukrainians? This is our potential in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, you're in Warsaw now. Do something if you feel like it. There's lots of different monuments and things to see and places of remembrance. I'm sure you have seen many of them. But very close from here, there's a monument to Tadeusz Kościuszko, who was a great leader of Poland and a great person in history, one of the greatest Poles, I think, a great engineer, designer, who was an expert on fortifications. He lived in the USA for many years. He fought for the American independence. He used his own property and money to buy freedom for slaves. He organized what we call the Kościuszko insurrection, the uprising in Poland against our occupiers. And he said that the beginning of a victory is to recognize your own strength. The beginning of a victory is to recognize your own strength. Europe has strength. Europe has a diagnosis, and Europe has a prescription. And President Niinistö was the first one to write this prescription. But in my experience, no one became healthy by reading prescriptions. No one became healthy by looking at the prescription and saying, oh, what a beautiful prescription this is. Let's talk about it, let's discuss it, and then let's vote on it. Nobody became healthy. You have to take the prescription, use it, buy the medication, and use the medication. The EU is the most fantastic project that the civilization created over the past 100 or 200 years. We are at a bend in the road, but there's a straight ahead after the bend. If we understand that the times for business as usual in politics and economy is long over, and then we can negotiate this bend and go straight forward. I hope you have a great debate here, and I hope you understand the determination we have here in Poland as far as the safety and security projects are really concerned. Our Tarcza Wschód, the shield of East, is something we want to bring in to make sure that everyone understands that this is a common cause. There is a golden era ahead of Europe, but Europe has got to wake up. I don't like how we are being woken up from our slumbers. Nobody seems to like it, I think, but we have no influence over that. We have been woken up. We have got to act.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie marszałku, dziękuję.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your presence here with us. Let me now give the floor to the Deputy President of the Council of Ministers and the Minister of National Defense, Władysław Kosiniak-Kamysz. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Speaker of the House, ladies and gentlemen, dear parliamentarians, it's a pleasure to be able to meet with you. This is a very important conference for us, and Poland puts a lot of attention to its role as the country holding the presidency. It's a great challenge for all of us, and we're all very much involved. And that's why myself and Minister Siemoniak is present, the head of the Mr. Grzyb and Senator Różyński, heads of the Sejm and Senate Defense Committees, are also here with us. Now, I would like to pick up on a thread that the Speaker of the House began. Mr. Hołownia ended his speech by comparing what we do in defense to a medical procedure that has to be carried out. I don't think this is by chance. I'm a physician, I'm a doctor by education, so I will try to pick it up and talk a little bit more about prescriptions and how to implement them. So we do have the diagnosis, but after you've got the diagnosis and discussed it, we have got to act. And this is something that Europe has had a problem with. We have been woken up with a cold shower, especially recently. Even the war in Ukraine did not really make us go forward so fast as the most recent events in the geopolitical space. The war changed Europe. We adopted the strategic compass, and we adopted a number of different activities, especially to help Ukraine, and this has got to carry on. It's a fundamental thing. We have to be very clear whose side we are on and who we support. Every single day the war in Ukraine continues, grinds down the enemies of Europe, grinds down those who are a threat to our independence, sovereignty and freedoms. And this is a serious threat. These are not just words, these are not just threats, but these are intelligence reports that you receive as well. It's the neo-imperialist strategy of Russia, and Russia will never deviate from this road. And they can change the words of its anthem, and they may have done it, but they never change their tune. They're always against the fundamental liberties of other countries and the sovereignty of other countries. The Russian Federation has never resigned itself to the collapse of the USSR, but they will not be back. They will not be back to the Baltic states, they will not be back to Central Europe, and will never agree to the post-World War II order, which was unjust and unfair for many countries, including Poland. So what can we do other than talk in grandiose words? What can we do to reinvigorate Europe and to make it a beacon for other continents rather than being somewhere at the end? The defense industry is an absolute priority. We do not have an industry in Europe that would assure security of European countries right now, even if we take all of our industries together. So we have got to invest money in developing those defense industries. The relationship between the EU and NATO is another important point. It is thanks to the EU that we have not had a European war for 80 years. The EU is a space for development and growth, but it's also a space for peace and security. And then we have a political alliance and a military alliance, and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The EU doesn't compete with NATO, it should not compete with NATO. I believe these two complement each other. They go in the same general direction but providing different capabilities. The EU should provide for the development of the industry and the capabilities, openness, and going beyond just having a common market. NATO is to provide the military capability and the interoperability of allied armies. Armies are and should remain national, because it's only when it's a national army that drives people to join the army. It's patriotism. You join the army because you love your country. And that's the main value. At least when I look at the Polish soldier, this has always been the case, and it always will be the case. Patriotism is what makes a person join the armed forces. So even this issue alone means that these armies should be national, but they should be coordinated through the alliance. Most of our countries, especially after the expansion to include Finland and Sweden, NATO is now a system that cooperates with the EU even closer. The European structures and NATO structures must not be separated from each other. They have to mesh in with each other, even though their tasks are different, and they should not compete with each other, they should complement each other. The defense industry is the role for the EU, focusing on new technologies and their implementation, and everything that then translates into what we have on the battlefield. Another thing that's key in what we do today is to make decisions that will be implemented immediately. For example, the shift of the funds as part of the reconstruction fund that we are doing here in Poland. These decisions must not take many years. They shouldn't be blocked by minorities, as the Speaker of the House said. We should be able to make quick decisions about allocating money to defense industries to improve our capabilities. Europe has woken up, but now it has to get fit. What do? We need military mobility. We have to simplify procedures for military mobility. We do not have military mobility rules in place in case of the conflict. So if there is a war, will we talk about administrative decisions to allow somebody's troops to move across another country's territory? I believe we should sort it out as part of the EU, and hopefully within the Polish presidency we'll speed up on the issue of military mobility to make sure we have in place all the rules concerning military mobility across different EU countries. Secondly, the different seas and oceans, especially the Baltic Sea, not just because my country is on the Baltic, but because the Baltic showcases the threats to critical infrastructure. And those of us who live on the Baltic know how hard it is to monitor the shadow fleets of Russia on an everyday basis, these different ships that drag the anchors on the sea bottom to break critical infrastructure cables for telecoms. We know that very well. And there has to be an algorithm of how to act in a situation like this. And every single country has to change its internal regulations to be able to react. But we shouldn't be limited by straitjackets of all these limitations and differences in regulations. Today, we have to be able to lure those vessels to our national waters, and Finland did it very well, but as long as they stay in international waters, including even the exclusive economic zones, we are not allowed to react. So we have got to change that. The algorithm for reaction has to change for all Baltic states, and the same will be very useful in the Mediterranean. Russia is closer to you than some of you may think. Russia is moving out and spreading out from Syria to Libya and is getting closer and closer to Greece and to Italy. And it will impact these countries too. If you don't feel threatened, if you are not targeted or think you're not targeted by hybrid war, cyber sabotage and such, even your closest surroundings is changing, and Russia is spreading around Europe throughout all the seas. So what I said before has to pertain to all seas. Number three, the implementation of AI. It is absolutely necessary. Those artificial intelligence systems will be so developed within 5 years that it will be difficult to do command and control without having AI implemented. In Poland, we established an AI implementation center for the armed forces 3 weeks ago. The Americans have their command in Norfolk, and they are very much advanced as far as this is concerned, but every allied state should be doing this. My next point is about implementing the Ukrainian experiences. We have created a special organization here in structure, the analytical educational and training center for NATO from Ukraine. And we invite all of you to join it. This is the only official institution between the NATO and Ukraine for that purpose. It's been functioning in the city of Bydgoszcz for 2 months now, and we are working very hard on implementing the Ukrainian experiences into our NATO structures. The war in Ukraine changed our optics altogether. This is completely different from Afghanistan and Iraq, and especially drones have revolutionized the war. Drones is another item we have got to focus on. Unmanned, aerial, land-based and maritime vehicles, including submersibles. Another issue that we should be taught by Ukraine is the state of readiness and the readiness of our armies to increase its numbers and its operational potential. And again, every country has to work on it, but I do believe there is a space for joint action in this respect too. Now, I'm a great proponent of good transatlantic relations. We have had a good history, and the example of Tadeusz Kościuszko, who's a national hero for Poles, but he's also a hero of the American War of Independence. He fought for their freedom and ours, and he, I believe, is a good patron for those transatlantic relations. And we realize that Poland has an important mission to fulfill. I believe these relations can be good, but they will only be based on partnership if Europe is more involved, if Europe spends more on defense, if Europe is stronger. Only then will we be an equal partner, and only then can we cooperate on an equal footing. I believe Europe has to spend more on defense, not because we want to replace American soldiers in Europe, but in order to keep the American soldiers in Europe. That's the real logic, I believe, and that's how we should perceive this. And let me wrap up by talking about the border. This is a very important topic for us. Last week, we had a very heated debate here in this room about the East Shield and the protection of Europe. And I want to thank you for your involvement, because it's very clear that protecting the eastern flank of Europe has become very important for everybody. Prime Minister Donald Tusk and Minister Siemoniak and myself went to the border last week. We have built a fencing along the border. We have strengthened it over the past year, and we are building what we call the Eastern Shield, which is a system of fortifications, a belt of fortifications to hinder the movement of enemy troops, to protect the civilian population and to improve our defensive capabilities. We are doing it together with Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, and Finland plays a crucial role here. They have a very hard task ahead of them. They have the longest borderline with the Russian Federation, so we need to support each other. Next, these are fortifications, but what is also very important is to develop drone and anti-drone systems, and everybody is invited to cooperate with this. It's a strategic project for the EU, and it has got to be strategic. It has got to be a very far-reaching project, and has to cover the south of Europe as well. There's going to be a very important role to be played by countries like Romania and other countries all the way to Turkey. This allied cooperation has got to be there in order to strengthen our position. Protecting the border is a sanctity for us. There's an operation going on, organized by Belarus and Russia. Polish officers and servicemen and women are being attacked on the border. I encourage you to learn more about what's happening and what we have achieved so far, and what we will continue by building this line of defense for all of Europe. Because this is not just a Polish defensive line, it's a line of defense for Europe. Now, I believe in a good future. I believe we're able to tackle this historic challenge that we are facing. We can do it, but the time for discussions is over. Now it's time to get down to work And this is something I want to encourage all of you to do. All hands on deck for the sake of security. There will be no education, no kindergartens, no schools, no senior citizen services if we don't ensure the security of your country first. Security is the foundation for everything. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie ministrze. Bardzo dziękuję
Minister,
za
thank you very much, and I would like to thank for both addresses for us parliamentarians who are focused on security, foreign policy, international collaboration in the area of defense. It is of utmost importance that we should be able to debate at such a high level. The Speaker and the Minister have other engagements, I understand, so thank you very much for participating in this part. And we continue. Dear colleagues, 2 days of highly interesting debates and presentations ahead of us. As we planned this meeting, we tried to strike a balance between foreign policy, defense, global versus local perspective. In the debates, we're going to address a number of challenges faced by the European Union. The motto of Poland's presidency is Security Europe. Unfortunately, commitment to security in Europe is as topical, more topical than ever. We have to face a number of threats, again, including threats to our security. So this is going to be the leitmotif of our 2 days meeting. We're going to talk about not only military security, but also we're going to look at security in terms of energy, food, distribution, logistics, etc. And the purpose of Polish presidency is to seek improvement in the capabilities in military potential and the defense potential for transatlantic and Ukrainian perspective. Undoubtedly, the European Union must build its resilience and preparedness. Hybrid threats have destabilized our countries and societies, and there are myriads of examples. States are targets of aggressive hybrid attacks with the support of Minsk. It's not just about blocking website or disinformation, but we have the weaponization of migration, espionage, sabotage, and subversion. The Baltic Sea region is a particularly important area where Russian hybrid attacks are intense. Underwater communication cables between Finland and Estonia, and Finland and Europe and Germany. The rest of Europe and Germany have been attacked a number of times, and the Shadow Fleet has often violated international laws and sanctions. So Poland and Lithuania and Czech has launched an EU hybrid toolbox, a set of tools that helps counteract these threats. With countries in the Baltic area, we are involved in developments towards protecting critical infrastructure in the area and to increase NATO presence in the Baltic. The Baltic Sea collaboration has been intense and regular, and we share a very similar perspective. Threats to security across Europe are the same in the north and in the south alike, and I would like us to remember this as we discuss issues. But first and foremost, I should like us to focus on collaboration and for seeking common denominators, currencies, and a common front and common solutions going forward to better our security regardless of our differences and different perspectives, we are all acutely aware of the difficult predicament Ukraine is in. Russia has been determined for years to building its own sphere of influence in Europe, including military attack. It violates territorial integrity of countries and the right of countries to choose alliances. It violates international and humanitarian law. And there's no doubt, I suppose, in this area. It's Russia that is the aggressor. It's Putin who is a dictator. And Russian aggression against Ukraine has lasted for 10 years, 3 years as a full-scale war conflict, and we need to understand how important it is that we provide support to Ukraine. Ukraine is the first line of defense for Europe, and it's the Ukrainian army that constitutes the key element of European defense. We don't know where the truce will be agreed and where the war comes to an end, but we understand that underlying to all the future solutions that guarantee peace in Ukraine include its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Furthermore, we're going to discuss transatlantic affairs. We understand that the current turbulence in the transatlantic alliance should not blur our vision of the utmost and pivotal goal of European security and individual security of each of our member states and other European countries. Poland is going to rest on two pillars, European pillar of defense and transatlantic one. And in Poland, and not only in Poland, sadly, there are those who undermine the sense of closer collaborating in Europe, and we have to weaken those voices. We have to make sure that collaboration is at the top of our minds. We also believe that Europe should take more responsibility than so far for deterrence against Russia. We understand the expectations of the US. We believe, however, that European military effort should better reflect European potential, including the economic potential of the continent. Let me remind you, and the Minister has mentioned this, Poland is going to spend 4.7% on defense from its GDP this year. Poland can take the responsibility on our shoulders and be the leader and the trailblazer in this, but we also expect our partners to show unwavering commitment to building strong and secure Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, global challenges of our times cannot be solved by countries that go it alone. The interests of all member states are intertwined and inseparably interlinked. Therefore, security is the key value of Polish presidency. I wish all of you to find ways as we debate that we can use to truly improve our security. I deeply believe that both the discussions here in the plenary, but also informal discussions in the hall will help us identify solutions that can protect Europe, that can give us the sense of security, not for today, but for times eternal. Thank you very much indeed. And now I would like to give the floor to our co-chair, Mr. Grzegorz Schetyna, who's chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Senate of the Republic of Poland. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to Polish Parliament at the conference that focuses on European defence, a matter that has recently become a top priority for all of us in Europe. I do remember when in 2011 in Brussels in April, I took part in a conference of parliamentary leaders where we engineered the idea of this conference. In 2012, Poland organized a conference of parliamentary leaders of the EU here also in this building, and we agreed on the memorandum of understanding about the way this conference should proceed. The conference then focused on conflicts thousands of kilometers away from Europe, and we thought at that time that Europe would be safe for times eternal. Things have changed. Europe has seen a threat that it didn't experience for centuries, and it is essential that we come together and collaborate. Democratic Europe has for years been a target of attacks, hybrid attacks, and the intervention in home affairs from authoritarian countries, and Mrs. Pomaska, the Chair Pomaska, has also mentioned the attacks on critical infrastructure. The goal was always the same. It was to instill conflict in our societies and to denigrate the concept of democratic and united Europe, and to hit the potential, the capability to make unified decisions. In 2020, where Russia brutally attacked Ukraine, was a watershed event, was a watershed moment. By illegally attacking its neighbor while annexing 20% of its territory, Russia showed its lack of respect for international arrangements and the peaceful deal for Europe and the unwritten rule that European borders shall not be questioned. So we have been defending against authoritarianism. We all stand on the side of sovereignty and democracy, no doubt about that. So we cannot allow the victory of an aggressor. If Russia achieves its goals and objectives in Ukraine, its territorial ambitions will reach further, sowing havoc and sowing destruction in more countries. So the most important matter for us to discuss, and Deputy Prime Minister Kosiniak-Kamysz has alluded to this, is the relationship and the bond across the Atlantic. This is a key reference. This is a key topic. As we understand how difficult the new situation is, and we understand how new certain aspects appear to be. We need to make sure that this collaboration is good and better, and it's worth investing a lot in order to keep it going. Ladies and gentlemen, the geopolitical challenges that we've heard about mean that Europe has to take its security into its own hands, and Poland is demonstrated our resolve and is demonstrating how plausible that approach is. We need to adjust and adapt our strategies. We need to step up our military spending, which is not always comfortable and convenient topic to address, but we have to find the money, and we have to find ways of strengthening our security, defense. And we go back in memories to the Cold War and to the arms race, but today in order to guarantee security, we have to find the thought in our minds that the time of comfort, that the time of peaceful cohabitation is over. We don't always see that threat. We don't always show awareness in Europe. There are so many political forces that think otherwise, but we have no choice. Rule of law, democracy, freedom, and the human rights and human dignity must be upheld. The European Commission last week published on the 20th of March the white paper on the European defense, and it shows ways forward, including financial instruments that can strengthen our common European security and which is going to help us better stand against the threats. All these matters will depend on our unity, on our resolve, on constructive discussions, on the resolutions and conclusions that we make, and we are committed and convinced, rather, that the 2 days of this meeting will be a large contributor to this successful process, and we are ready to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I would like to give the floor now to David McAllister, Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the European Union.
The floor is yours.
Dear Agnieszka, dear Grzegorz, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I think it's a great pleasure for all of us to be here in Warsaw for another edition of the Inter-Parliamentary Conference for Common and Foreign Security Policy, as well as Common Security and Defence Policy, organized in the framework of the parliamentary dimension of the Polish Presidency of the Council of the European Union. This meeting is now taking place in this format for the 26th time, so we have established a tradition. And first of all, let me say a few words of thank you on behalf not only of the European Parliament, but I guess of all national parliamentarians, a warm word of gratitude to our Polish hosts for organizing this conference, a fantastic venue. Let me also say that we yesterday evening thoroughly enjoyed the piano concert and the dinner. So well done to our Polish friends. Dziękuję bardzo. And as previous speakers, including the Minister, have already mentioned, the developments we are witnessing today in our geopolitical context should alarm each and every one of us. The world order built on multilateralism, democracy, the rule of law is being fundamentally challenged, and unfortunately this challenge ahead of us has increased even more since early this year. However, enormous as the challenge ahead of us is, so is also the opportunity perhaps hidden in it. Ours is an opportunity to remember who we are and what we stand for as European Union, united in diversity, prepared and with determination. We must seize the moment. I would just like to briefly make 3 remarks. The first one, on our unwavering support for Ukraine. We must acknowledge, as previous speakers have already pointed out, that Ukraine's security is fundamentally synonymous with the security of Europe. The European Parliament fully supports the special European Council decisions from the 6th of March, which propose EU security guarantees for Ukraine. We are committed to contributing to training and equipping the Ukrainian armed forces and to intensify our work to further support and develop Ukraine's defense industry and deepen its cooperation with the European defense industry. Let us continue our unwavering support, backed by concrete actions, based on respective competences and capabilities in line with international law and undertaken together with Ukraine, as well as with like-minded and NATO partners. The second point, the transatlantic relations with the United States. Look, our relationship has experienced challenges over the decades, but we have always succeeded in bridging our differences, always coming out stronger. The future of our relationship depends on our ability to find common ground, something that I very much hope we'll be able to do so despite all the recent rhetoric from Washington to the contrary. Nevertheless, the current discomforts caused by the Trump administration should activate our shared determination to strengthen our union. We must be able to ensure our own security. A few weeks ago, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, presented the new Rearm Europe plan, which now is also called the Readiness 2030 plan, and it was complemented last week with the white paper on European defense. The bottom line is that the time is to act now. We must take seriously the current threat to our security and be prepared for all possible scenarios. We cannot wait any longer. It is our time to be strategic, to act swiftly and wisely. And finally, the third point I would like to bring to our attention is the urgent call to work together with like-minded partners, including through parliamentary diplomacy. Together, we must defend multilateralism. It is the bedrock on which our institutions stand. As the European Union, we are positioned with influence and the legitimacy to uphold the rules-based order. The balance of powers are shifting rapidly. Therefore, it is essential for us to team up with partners who share our values, mission, and determination. By collaborating with like-minded partners, we can form a united front against threats to the current world order. Together, we can take significant steps forward and send a strong message to leaders and nations around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentary diplomacy stipulates the establishment of these like-minded relationships. The dialogue that comes from us as lawmakers directly contributes to the promotion of EU values, views, and priorities, and it creates room to tackle collective issues. When it comes to foreign affairs, let us not underestimate the influence of our parliamentary bodies. It is here that the values we proclaim are put into practice. So as we engage in meaningful dialogue and seek mutual support, we contribute to the mission of uniting and strengthening Europe through these extremely challenging times. Dear colleagues, I wish us all a fruitful and interesting conference, and once again, thank our Polish guests for organizing all of this. I know what hard work it is. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Mr. President, and we are about to start the first session of the conference. But before we move on to that, let's have a bit of housekeeping remarks. We are remaining in this plenary room of the Polish Sejm for the sessions. Please remain seated when speaking. Please remember to turn on your microphone with the button right in front of you, and then please remember to turn it off after you're done. Now, we have a list of speakers that have been compiled on the basis of your applications. The lists are very long, but you can still join the list if you fill in the form, which is on the desktop. Now, the allocated time is 1.5 minutes. We have a lot of applications, so please be mindful of time and stick to the 1.5 minute limit. Outside the room, coffee, tea, and other snacks are available throughout the conference. However, please do refrain from bringing them into this room. Paweł Kowal will chair session number 1. Let's take a short technical break. Thank you.
Zapraszam Państwa do zajęcia miejsc.
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Proszę Państwa, padło już dużo słów, więc ja, wsłuchując się
We
uważnie
have
w głosy
heard a lot
poprzedników,
from the previous speakers, and as I
przysłuchując się
listened
do
and as I
poprowadzenia
was
tej
preparing
pierwszej sesji, która
to
ukierunkuje
chair
obrady
what is the
naszej
first
konferencji,
session that's going to give
pomyślałem,
a
że
general direction to
najlepiej będzie
our
podkreślić
conference,
tylko trzy
I thought
fakty,
to myself that I would just
które
like to
szczególnie
emphasize
dla
three
naszych
facts.
gości, ale także dla nas,
Three facts
dla naszych
that
gości, dlatego, że
are
oni wszyscy
important
tu
for
byli.
our guests and for ourselves.
Szczególnie
The
się
reason
cieszę,
it's important for our guests
że
is
jest
that not
z nami
everybody was
szef
here,
Komisji,
and I'm especially happy to
Spraw
have the
Zagranicznych
head of the
z
Foreign
Islandii,
Affairs
Polak,
Committee
Paweł Bartoszek, którego dzisiaj miałem
head,
okazję
Paweł
pierwszy raz
Bartoszek.
w tym
He's from
parlamencie,
Finland, but he's a Polish person,
oprowadzić. Jest
and it was
to
my
wyjątkowa
pleasure
historia,
to show him
ale myślę,
around
że nie
our
tylko
parliament
on,
for the
także wielu
first
z
time.
Państwa pierwszy raz jesteście
But it's not just him.
w tej
I think
sali.
many of you have not
A my
been
też
to
tu
the
jesteśmy
Polish
często, ale
Sejm
może o tym
before.
zapominamy.
And we
Więc
do
chciałem
come
powiedzieć,
here a
że to
lot,
wyjątkowe
but we
miejsce,
tend to
w którym-
forget about
które
the
pamięta
reason this
wiele.
is a very special place
Także
for us.
dramatycznych dyskusji
There
o
were many
bezpieczeństwie
dramatic discussions
Europy w
held
trudnych,
here
wyjątkowych
in
czasach.
difficult times
Mam
about
na
the
myśli
safety and security of
szczególnie
Europe as
debaty,
well.
które toczyły się w
There
tym
were
miejscu
debates in this very room
w latach 30.
in the
poprzedniego wieku. I
1930s,
myślę, że gdyby ta sala
about
mogła do
100
Państwa
years ago.
przemówić,
So
a
if
Państwo byście
these
się
walls
wsłuchali
could
w te
speak,
głosy,
and
to
if you could
pobudziłaby nas
listen to
do
them,
refleksji
I
nad
think there would be a
czasem.
lot of
Bo
food
druga
for
rzecz, którą
thought
chciałem
about
podkreślić,
how
to jest czas.
important it is to hurry.
Wyjątkowy czas. Takie konferencje,
And
powiedzmy to sobie
this
szczerze,
is
w
what
tym
I want to
parlamentarnym
emphasize.
gronie
Conferences
bywają nudne.
like this
Ale jeśli się
sometimes
wstrzelą
are
w czas
boring, let's be
wyjątkowy,
honest,
taki
but in a
załom
very
historii,
special time, in this
to
turning
wtedy
point
stają
of
się pamiętne i
history,
mogą być istotne.
these debates can be
I
very
wtedy
memorable and
układają nam
are
się myśli
even
i
more important. And
podejmujemy tematy,
when we're at
mając
a
takie poczucie, że
crossroads,
może
we
ktoś
have
kiedyś
this
będzie
feeling that
wspominał
maybe
właśnie ten moment
in the future
w
this
historii
moment
Europy.
will be remembered as an
No i wreszcie
important point
szczególni
in the
goście.
history of Europe.
Chciałbym
And
podkreślić,
finally, we
jako
have very
przewodniczący
important
Komisji
guests.
Spraw Zagranicznych
As the chair of the
polskiego
Foreign
parlamentu,
Affairs
że
Committee
organizatorzy
of the
zadbali
Polish
o to,
Parliament,
byście
I
Państwo
would like to
o tych sprawach,
emphasize
które dla nas
that
i
it
dla
is
całej
our
Europy są szczególne,
wish
mogli
to
rozmawiać
make
z
sure that
naprawdę
you can
wyjątkowymi
talk about these
gośćmi.
important things with
Cieszę
some
się
very
bardzo,
eminent
że
guests
będę miał zaszczyt
and
zapowiedzieć
participants.
pana ministra
And it's my great
Tomasza
pleasure
Siemoniaka,
to invite
ministra
Minister Tomasz
dwojga
Siemoniak.
resortów kluczowych dla
He
bezpieczeństwa
is
Polski.
responsible for
Cieszę się,
very
że jego
important
wypowiedź
areas
była
for the
poprzedzona,
security of Poland. And I'm also very
szeroką i
glad
nie tylko kurtuazyjną
that
wypowiedzią pana premiera, pana wicepremiera
the Deputy Prime Minister
Kosiniaka-Kamysza, który
had his
pokazał
intervention
tę
before,
perspektywę
and
od
he
strony Ministerstwa
presented this
Obrony
point of
Narodowej,
view,
a wcześniej
this perspective
wszystko
from the point of
otworzył
view of the Minister
pan
of
marszałek
Defense.
Szymon Hołownia.
We have heard from the
A więc,
Speaker of the
proszę
House
państwa,
before, Mr.
wyjątkowe
Hołownia,
i
and now
szczególne miejsce,
in
szczególny
these
czas, który
ancient
zsyła nam
halls,
opatrzność
we can
i nadzwyczajni goście. I w ten sposób chciałbym zaprosić do
listen
głosu
to yet another
pana
very
ministra
important
Tomasza
presentation. Minister Tomasz Siemoniak.
Szanowny Panie Przewodniczący, Panowie Przewodniczący, Panie Premierze, Szanowni Państwo,
Mr. Chair,
bardzo dziękuję
Deputy
za
Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen.
możliwość wystąpienia tutaj
Thank you very much
przed tak
for
znakomitym
this
gronem.
opportunity to address this eminent
Nie
group
tylko
of
z
guests.
kurtuazji,
And this is not
ale
just me
podkreślając,
saying
że
this as
przykładamy
something
bardzo
that
dużą
is
wagę
customarily
do
said, but I want to
parlamentarnego
emphasize
wymiaru spraw
that we
bezpieczeństwa.
place
Zdajemy sobie sprawę
a lot
z
of
tego,
weight
że
on
to
the
właśnie w
parliamentary
Parlamencie
dimension.
Europejskim, w parlamentach
We
narodowych
do realize
toczą
that
się
it's
debaty
in the
o
European
bezpieczeństwie,
Parliament
toczą
and
się
national
debaty o
parliaments that the
budżecie
debates about
i
security
państwa
are
przekonanie
held,
co
the
do
debates about budgets
kierunku, w
are
którym
held,
powinniśmy iść, jest
and
tutaj
your opinion
niesłychanie
on the
istotne.
direction
Tym
we should
bardziej
take is crucial.
Doceniam to zaproszenie, bo sprawując
I
funkcję
appreciate
ministra spraw wewnętrznych i administracji,
being
też
invited
spraw
here very
specjalnych,
much. I'm
pewnie
the
10 lat
Minister
temu nie
of the
byłbym
Interior
zaproszony
and Administration. and I'm also responsible for the special services. And I don't think I would have been invited to a conference like this 10 years ago. This was considered to be the remit of defense ministers and foreign ministers. But these days, defense and security are on the mind of everybody, and I would encourage you to have a comprehensive approach to security. And it is by no coincidence that the ministers of interiors of the EU debate about the situation in Syria, for example. Now, that's not the interior, that's not domestic affairs, but what's happening in Syria may impact our domestic affairs very significantly. The politicians and the public have got to remember and understand how the contemporary world works. And the way it works is that all these threats are often interrelated. And our institutions have got to be able to cope with it. We have got to see the whole forest, not just individual trees. And this is how our government works. I have to emphasize our very good cooperation with the defense minister, Mr. Kosiniak-Kamysz. I had the honor of being a defense minister in the past, so having seen both points of view, I can now assure you that we have never had such close cooperation between defense and interior so far. And it's a similar situation in other EU member states. We hear from our colleagues that they appreciate the fact that we have got to work hand in hand. When we talk about the main topic of this session, which is hybrid threats, it is absolutely necessary to act in a coordinated way that consolidates all the capacities and capabilities that we've got. They can be insufficient individually, but if the whole government is behind it, and if all the different structures that are responsible for security are behind it, then the situation is better. I'm especially happy to have President Niinistö here. He will present his thoughts and contemplations on the report, which was extremely popular among the member states. I don't think President Niinistö realizes how often his name is quoted. People read your report like Dan Brown's books. It's just an eye-opener. And sometimes we talk about some of these things, and we have been talking about some of these things, but you were the first to put all of them together. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for this report, because it is very helpful for us to push things forward. And we have to be honest, across the EU, the defense issues were not in the forefront. And that's natural, we were members of NATO, and so on. So it's very important that we've got these very clear points. Your report is extremely to the point, and it's very helpful for us. In late January, we had an informal meeting of interior ministers, and President Niinistö joined us online and presented his thoughts. Now, during our presidency, security is one of the key priorities, and we've been doing a lot about it. The internal security strategy of the EU is about to happen, and we are still working on it, and there are different issues concerning migration, illegal migration, fighting against illegal migration, the return directives, and the issue of combating international crime. When it comes to internal affairs, we have three priorities, and they have been widely supported by the European Commission. It was my pleasure to present them at the European Parliament a few weeks ago, and I would like to thank the Parliament
parliamentarians for very good discussion and comments at the LIBE committee. Now, the three priorities are, first of all, fighting illegal migration, which I've already mentioned. Now, there is a change of thinking in the EU as far as this is concerned, and this is confirmed by the December communication from the Commission, which mentions the issue of the border between Poland and Belarus very clearly. Deputy Prime Minister Kosiniak-Kamysz mentioned that this was one of the key issues in terms of the defense and security of our country. Prime Minister Tusk, Deputy Prime Minister Kosiniak-Kamysz and myself were at the border 2 days ago, and we will do our best to make sure that this is indeed a watertight border, if you like. 11,000 soldiers and border guards and police officers are on the border right now, and we have spent 2.5 billion on strengthening the border. We want to show to everybody that moving away from Schengen is a wrong thing to do. We have got to make sure that the external borders are watertight, if you will, that the migrants do not come to Europe. That's the correct way forward, rather than re-establishing borders and controls on our internal borders. Our second priority for the interior is to protect the civilian population. And this is inspired by President Niinistö's report. And this has never been discussed on the EU level together with 3 commissioners who are in this remit. We have been working on it. Civilian population protection also has to be a thing on which the EU cooperates. And the effects of the cooperation should be to develop certain financing tools for what the member states want to do. In Poland, we recently adopted a new law on the protection of the population and civilian defense. That law came into force in December, and it's a revolution for Poland. For many years, we were convinced that we were not threatened by any wars. Right now, we are rushing to catch up, and together with the Ministry of Defense, we adopted certain rules and principles of how to act and what to do. So right now, the protection of the civilian population is becoming one of the most important governmental projects. The construction of bunkers and shelters, creating an alarm system, a secure governmental communication system, and very widely planned education for the citizens. We are working on a manual of what to do during a crisis situation, and we would like to thank our Swedish friends for their experiences. Minister Kosiniak-Kamysz and myself have been to Stockholm to learn about how the Swedes approach these issues. A manual like that was published in Sweden. It was also published in the Polish language, by the way. And this is very clear. This is not an issue for just one government, and the least we can do is share our experiences between the different member states. Now, the third area for us is international cooperation in fighting international crime. Now, this is not directly related to defense, but it's something it's worth bearing in mind. These areas are very close to national defense and security. The hybrid pressure on the Polish border is not just something that the Belarusian regime is doing with the support of Russia, but it's also about crime. Last year, we apprehended about 600 people involved in human trafficking, all the way from Ethiopia, Afghanistan. They bring people here. They use and abuse the people who
want to get to the EU, they obtain big amounts of money from those people, and all of that impacts our safety and security. And that's why we have to focus on international crime as well, because we have to see this broader context. International criminal groups reach into all the areas where you can illegally make money. So this also includes human trafficking, the smuggling of weapons. There's a war going on just several hundred kilometers away from here, and what's natural, there isn't enough control over who is getting what weapons where in Europe. And a possible end of the war is also something that will be an alarm bell for our police forces and security forces, because a lot of weapons could be available for criminals after the war is over.
Chair Pomaska spoke about sabotage and subversion. We have been facing such action commissioned by secret services where facilities are targeted by those who set them on fire, and these actions have proven to be orchestrated by Moscow in order to sow chaos and frustration. You pay several thousand euros to a person just to go somewhere and to plant fire somewhere. Just like that. So let me emphasize how important it is that we collaborate within the EU and within the NATO to prevent such targeting, to prevent such attacks. And we have been quite successful as well. And I'm not just talking about subversion, fire, and arson. But we have also seen something else. Explosives were put into parcels in courier company. So air traffic has been targeted, and you know it from the media. It's all going on, and it is an important context against which to discuss the nature of hybrid aggression and what tools our adversaries, our opponents, are using. And let me emphasize one more thing. Criminal groups, simple criminals are also used by secret services. So all this is coming together, all this is very much linked, and the holistic approach that I'm committing to you is so important, is really the only way forward. On the one hand, we have to be prepared, we have to be resilient, but on the other hand, we shouldn't give up on any assets that can be deployed against these threats. So we shouldn't stay shy. We should not shy away from using all the assets possible. Now, this is an important time. This is a special time. The great impulse that Polish presidency is trying to instill into the European Union and its partners is designed to ensure that secure Europe is not just a slogan, but also a fact that calls for money and determination. Societies, governments, and parliaments. It's not too late yet. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Now let me give the floor to Mr. Sauli Niinistö, former President of the Republic of Finland, Special Advisor to the President of the European Commission. The floor is yours.
Ministers, parliamentarians. It's a great pleasure to meet you here today in a very crucial time. I will try to restrict myself to hybrid threat, but I have to immediately remind you that hybrid threat is not far away from military threat. Actually, by hybrid means the damages, injuries to people, to infrastructure can be even more severe than by tanks or fighters. Like Marshall said here, we thought that we are living in a very secure Europe, that security and peace, they are something self-evident, a given thing. You don't have to care about them. Now it's time for a mindset change, because peace and security, they are foundation of everything. You can't imagine individuals, families, even societies to plan future if they feel themselves severely unsecured. And even keeping our values might be difficult for those who are under threat. A wake-up call is needed and it is given. I think the strongest wake-up call we got from Moscow when Russia brutally attacked Ukraine. And now it seems that from a bit different angle, we get the wake-up call from Washington. And we have to ask what United States is going to do with Europe, or we with United States. This wake-up call, I hope, has got through. But according to polls, we still have many European citizens who think that, well, security, that's not a business for me. That mindset has to be changed. We need also a wake-up call in hybrid threats. Hybrid threats don't recognize any borders. They don't recognize geometrical distances. Everybody is under hybrid threat. What then are the hybrid threats? I think they are something that or everything we can imagine. But in addition to that, they are also something that we can't even imagine before the first one takes place. That's why preparing to hybrid threats is very difficult. Trying to protect everything is very demanding, but finding one loophole is a lot easier for an attacker. And that is, means that this area is very, very difficult. Like Mark Galeotti has written a book, Weaponizing Everything, when we have AI, quantum, space, robots, whatever new technologies, a lot can happen. We have to, in a couple of years' time, I'm sure, we have to make a question and answer to that. What is a weapon? What is a war? They might be very different from the conventional ones. All the hybrid means are not that sophisticated. That we have seen in Poland, in Baltic countries, in Finland last time, when there was an arranged flow of migrants coming to the country. You still have here the problem. And how to make an answer to that, I come back a bit later to that. But so we are looking something unpredictable. But we have to be prepared to all kind of unpredictabilities. I want to ask, do we always really see what we are watching at? I opened this by an old story from times when in Europe we still had tolls and customs. It is told that from French border, a man came with a bicycle, having a big sack on that. Surely the customs in Spain was very interested. What is in that sack? Sand, said the man. Surely it was investigated very closely. It was just sand. The man came again and again, and the customs officers decided that, well, we sent your sack to laboratory. The answer was, once again, just sand. There was a young officer who was thinking a lot and having doubts. He took the man when he came next time with his bicycle, sack on it, aside and said that I won't reveal you if you tell me what is in that sand. Sand, said the man. No, I'm smuggling bicycles. This is what I mean by that we don't always see what's happening, and we don't always understand what's happening. Did we understand 2014 when we were amazed by little green men in Crimea? No. We didn't know who they were before they invaded the peninsula. Then it was very clear. So this warning is that whenever Ukraine gets its just peace, we have to be prepared that tensions go on in Europe. And I'm very much afraid that those tensions will be seen in a hybrid world. So being prepared to them is most important. I take some general points of view which I think fit all the threats, how we get prepared to. We have common security, but that means that we have also common responsibility of that security. I think that Minister Simoniak described very well how a government works, like whole of society approach. Because we do not have, or we can't afford to have any silos. This is mine, that's yours, you take care of yours, I take care of mine. No, we have to have a very fluent cooperation between ministerials, between authoritatives, between people, and I point out very strongly, between public sector and private sector. Because the public sector has the intelligence and private sector has the technology. I have very good examples from Finland in this respect. What does whole of society approach mean? It means really ability to cooperate with everybody involved. And the word trust is here needed. Trust is the base of every fruitful cooperation. I also talk about participation of people. It is most important that ordinary citizens somehow feel that they are part of the security structure. That makes them feel more safer, and on the other hand, it also raises the level of society in security. I have said in Finland many times that each one of us is a defender of the country. If anywhere else in between years, what kind of information we accept, what kind of information we share, that is a basic participation. But I go a bit to Finnish example. We have conscription. And I have always said that the great benefit of conscription is not necessarily only that young people learn to wage war, but the social cohesion it raises. People get to know each other, people from very, very different starting points, and that makes the society strong if there's cohesion. I take up a very sensitive issue which is dealing with our individual rights. We all know that we have created democracies, open, free, where individuals have a lot of room to maneuver, and that space is protected. But we should understand that in the same time we offer to a malicious mind an ideal situation to misuse this freedom, protected freedom, to misuse it and actually act against our basic values. It will be a very difficult question. I have been thinking about what they are thinking in Kreml, and I wouldn't wonder that they are thinking something that they create a situation where a government, a European government, has to restrict its own citizens' life. And that would be breaking the cohesion. Why I'm thinking about this? In Finland, when the orchestrated immigration from Russia came out, there was quite a tough discussion between jurisprudence scientists and those who put first common security, whether it was right or wrong to close the border. And I just want you to get prepared, even worse discussions or more demanding discussions in this aspect. The attacker doesn't always mean that the attack itself succeeds, but if it's even a greater success if you can break out the society you're attacking. I will end up a bit by telling that I have been sitting in several tables in NATO amongst EU leaders and heard EU leaders saying in NATO table that we will defend every inch of NATO's territory. But I have never heard them saying in EU table that we will guarantee security in every centimeter of EU's territory. I think we have a lesson here to learn. So, Mr. Chair, I think that meeting you're arranging here is really leading us to secure Europe. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo, panie prezydencie.
Thank you very much, President. Let me now open the floor to discussion, and Jean Nemet is the first on the list, representing Hungary.
Thank you very much.
Everybody has 1.5 minutes.
I would like to thank you, Pavel, Grzegorz, Agnieszka, Andrzej, all of you, the hospitality we have experienced yesterday. And I would like to wish Poland a successful presidency. And also, I would like to underline that yesterday we have commemorated Hungarian-Polish Friendship Day, and I had the honor to participate here in Warsaw on it. And I would like to greet our Danish colleagues and to wish them a successful future presidency. I think they are in the last minutes of their preparation for this important half a year. And I'm very glad that we are together, colleagues, and in such a big number we are together. And I hope that the experience you had in Budapest will be repeated here in Warsaw. The only similarity at this stage is that we are missing the High Representative. And I think we need to do something about this, because if the European Union is a serious organization, as it claims to be, I think the Commission should take us a bit more seriously, the parliamentary dimension. We are missing the whole Commission. And basically, we are nearly we are missing the Council as well. So, colleagues, I think this is something to work on. The European Union gives us the impression that they are up to the point and they are a serious global player. I think if they are, we would like to welcome them. The parliamentarians would be very glad to welcome them. And concerning the hybrid matter, dear colleagues, I would like to suggest that on the short term, the war, peace.
Panie Przewodniczący, mamy naprawdę bardzo ograniczony czas, także ja będę wyliczał te 1,5-minutowe wystąpienia.
I will have to keep track of that.
Okay. I just wanted to say that, colleagues, there is a hybrid danger of defeat as well, not just the danger of hybrid war. And if Europe is going to fight in communication fields with the United States, we may even win the war, but we will easily lose the communications battle. If this will happen, I think it will be a very, very serious hybrid defeat for the whole of Europe. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Proszę Państwa, tutaj...
Thank you very much. Now, we extended the time allocated to Mr. Nemeth, but from now on, please bear in mind, we do have 1.5 minutes. We have a very long list of speakers, and that's why I have got to be very restrictive and strict. As a representative of the outgoing presidency, we allowed a longer presentation. Mind you, at the European Parliament, there is just 1 minute. So if we can make it 1 minute, we can have 1.5 here, and maybe they'll be attracted to us if they get more time. Beata Jurek, Slovakia. I'm starting the time.
Thank you, Chair. I'll switch to French, please. Chers collègues, chers amis, je viens d'un pays où la propagande russe a permis à celui dont on croyait qu'il ne reviendrait plus jamais au pouvoir de reprendre la main sur le présent de mon pays.
Is trying to convince us that we will not be able to control the things that are happening in my country and in the EU. Prime Ministers Fico and Orban are playing the role of a Trojan horse in the EU. Russian oligarchs from the sanctions list are fighting for the opportunity to keep selling Russian gas. They oppose our help to our Ukrainian friends. They oppose free societies and free culture. They are trying to convince people, including the citizens of my country, that they are right about all these things. And this is how the Russian propaganda works. It's a factor that destabilizes us. There are such examples in Russia. There are also such people here in the EU, in Romania, Slovakia, Georgia. There are more and more cases of interventions in the process of democratic elections. Who is going to be next? Will it be the Czechs or the Moldovans? So I want to reiterate this. We have to wake up, or else we will be living in a nightmare. Thank you very much. Andro Krustolavica Pare, Croatia.
Thank you very much. I will speak in Croatian because I want to that my friends from the Western Balkans countries, the Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, North Macedonia and Kosovo will understand me clearly. So take your heads off on the hands. So, na Zapadnom Balkanu imamo konstantnu destabilizaciju u srcu Europe. Ruski proksi, prije svega Srbija, djeluje destabilizirajuće na zapadno
destabilizingly in the countries of Western Europe and in the heart of Europe, in the shadow of the Russian aggression on Ukraine, undermines the entire Europe. The student protests in Belgrade have been causing additional nervousness. Besides being witnessing of using sound cannons in Belgrade, we have also hysteria in the Serbian media who have been accusing other countries of causing these student protests. What have we done in Europe? We let Northern Macedonia waiting. We allowed the fall of democratic forces in Montenegro and destabilization in the Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is also under influence also from Serbia. We must stop this. We must help the democratic forces of our countries, of our friendly countries in the Western Balkans.
Czas na oklaski. Teraz Elio Di Rupo z Parlamentu Europejskiego.
European Parliament.
Not yet? Great. The next one, Christine Schwarz-Fuchs, Austria.
Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, thank you, President Niinistö, for your report. It's very helpful to push things forward. The new white paper on the future of European defense represents a crucial opportunity to address our challenges and also multiple threats by outlining strategic priorities. Strengthening defense capabilities and fostering deeper cooperation between EU member states. A key aspect must be the integration of hybrid threat resilience into our broader defense architecture, ensuring that our armed forces and civilian structures are prepared for all scenarios. Equally important is the Preparedness Union strategy, which underlines the necessity of building a more anticipatory and proactive approach to security. Hybrid threats, by their very nature, exploit systemic vulnerabilities across different sectors. A robust preparedness framework built on intelligence sharing, scenario planning, and rapid response mechanisms will be essential in mitigating such risks before they escalate. In this context, the EU should not only focus on countering hybrid threats, but also on deterring and preventing them through an improved military.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo. Teraz Paweł Fischer.
Paweł Fischer, Czech Republic.
We have 44 speakers.
Yes, I know.
Could you start?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your hospitality. And first and foremost, thank you, Poland, to the leadership, because I think that in terms of defense and security, you are a country to follow, and we are inspired by your leadership. According to Sun Tzu, the highest state of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. And I have a question to Sauli Niinisto, and thank you very much for your words. We observe in Georgia that there is a laboratory of a country which was occupied militarily by Russian Federation, and lately where stolen elections happened. The elections were neither free nor fair, and it undermines the legitimacy of parliament, it undermines the legitimacy of the government, it undermines the legitimacy of the president and all of institutions in place. There is no free space anymore. The last place of freedom is the street these days. What happened to Georgia could happen to all of us because election interference is something which is well documented. And my question to the President Niinistö is how to protect the voice of citizens in public debates and in elections. Thank you so much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo, Pawle. Teraz proszę o zabranie głosu Inarę Murniens z Łotwy.
Latvia.
Dear colleagues, the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia have long been on the front lines of hybrid warfare. We have witnessed firsthand the effects of disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, economic coercion and political interference coming from Russia. And let's be clear, Russia's war against Ukraine is more than a military conflict. It's a test to Europe's resilience. Energy blackmail, election meddling and propaganda are not just tactics. They are deliberate attempts to divide us, to erode trust in our democratic institutions. The Baltic states have become a model for hybrid threat resilience. We have taken action, strengthening cybersecurity, countering disinformation, engaging our citizens to build societal resilience. NATO's presence in our region is crucial, but our defense against hybrid threats depends on a strong, united Europe. One key pillar in this fight is the NATO Strategic Communication Center of Excellence in Riga. It plays a vital role in exposing disinformation and strengthening strategic communication. By investing in media literacy and cybersecurity, we empower our citizens to resist manipulation and external influence.
Dziękuję bardzo, Inara, i zapraszam do
Thank you very much, Inara, and now Ukko Kopra, Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for President Niinistö. We've been witnessing different types of hybrid attacks in EU countries all over Europe last years. These attacks vary from, can I say, milder tampering the elections, like in Romania, to hampering air traffic by jamming GPS navigation systems, like what we are experiencing in Finland at the moment. We have seen attempts to put firebombs among air cargo, not to mention the instrumentalized migration phenomena we see in different countries at the moment. Most of these attacks can clearly be attributed to be conducted by Russia. Mr. President, do you think these hybrid attacks will increase in severity? That is, may they be more military-like in future, and will we possibly see more violent attacks in the future? Also, considering the traditional warfare, we have this concept of threat and deterrence to counter that military threat. How could we introduce deterrence to counter hybrid threats, please?
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję, Jukka. A teraz
Liz Bras, Luxembourg.
Ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you that the biggest threat to our democracies right now isn't tanks or missiles, but our smartphones? Europe is facing a new battlefield right now, one where cyber attacks, disinformation, and foreign interference are destabilizing our societies from within, without a single shot being fired. At the heart of this hybrid warfare is social media. Once a tool for connecting people, it is now a battleground where misinformation spreads further than the truth, where division is profitable and external actors manipulate public opinion with ease. All because big tech's business models prioritize engagement over truth. This is not just a technological challenge. It is a fundamental threat to our security. At the World Economic Forum, the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez mentioned 3 key measures to reclaim control over our digital platforms, an approach that I believe is worth our considerations. First of all, he pleaded to end online anonymity. Just as we require identification to vote or to drive, Social media must not be a lawless place. Every account should be linked to a verifiable identity. Secondly, we must demand algorithm transparency. We cannot allow hidden, profit-driven formulas to dictate what information people should see and what should be suppressed. And thirdly, we should hold big CEOs and tech companies.
Dziękuję bardzo, Liz. A teraz czas na głos.
It's now time for Titus Corlatean, Romania.
Thank you, colleagues. In 90 seconds, my first comment will be the following one. I think everybody in the room perfectly understood the content and the serious consequences of the hybrid threats and the external interferences, threats deployed against our national security and democracies, including my own country, Romania. And while we try to move from reactive measures to a comprehensive long-term approach, the key word should be for all of us EU unity. Second comment, one of the main priorities for the EU is strengthening the resilience of the Eastern neighborhood and the Western Balkans, and further providing assistance to Ukraine and on enhancing the resilience of the Republic of Moldova, and trying to accelerate, if possible, from a strategic perspective, the EU enlargement process and the chapters which are subject of negotiation. Third, in the same time, the EU should spare no effort and time in consolidating its partnerships with like-minded countries. And while consolidating our own European security capabilities, maintaining a strong transatlantic partnership must remain a key priority for the European Union, which is not very simple, of course, but there is no alternative to it, especially in the current geopolitical context. The EU cannot be a global player if it does not invest and assure its democratic investments in the neighborhood. The last comment as a principle and a state position. We should not lose from our European radar the state of Georgia. What is happening on the eastern shore of the Black Sea might become...
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much, Titus. Now Ninei Wickman, Sweden.
Thank you, Chair and honorable colleagues. The threats facing our union today are not only strictly military, they are digital and psychological. And one of the most dangerous tools is disinformation, and across Europe we see both far-right extremists and authoritarian regimes like Russia, Belarus and Iran spreading lies and amplifying Russian narratives and polarizing our societies. Disinformation exploits our openness, it targets minorities, it attacks feminist and progressive values, they are twisting debates on migration, climate, and EU integration. And we also see how the owner of X, Elon Musk, holds immense power over public discourse, and he has repeatedly used his platform to amplify far-right voices and undermine democratic institutions, including during European elections. So what must we do? We can demand algorithmic and ad transparency from digital platforms, support independent journalism and national fact-checkers. We need to invest in European tech industry, sanction those who interfere in our elections, including online, and we also need to clearly label AI-generated content to prevent deepfake manipulation. It's about defending our democracy, not just from tanks, but from trolls online.
Dziękuję bardzo, Linnea. Teraz głos zabierze Nicolas Pascual de la
Nicole Pascual de Parte from European Parliament.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I think that to improve the protection against hybrid threats, we had to make breakthroughs in 3 different fronts. The first one is resilience. It has already been mentioned. We had to integrate this in the CSDP policy. We have to protect our critical infrastructures and services as the first defense against potential enemies. The second line of action is to improve the attribution of responsibilities. We have to devise a quick mechanism in order to identify those who attack us through cybersecurity and hybrid threats. That means that we have to exchange intelligence among the member states quickly and to associate this with sanctions regime to those who attack us. The third line of action should be to improve our cognitive domain, which is a transversal horizontal instrument in order to improve our knowledge of the situation and to influence the conduct of our rival. Then more resilience, better system of attribution of responsibilities, and improvement in cognitive domain. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle.
Very much, MEP. Now, Christos Dementopoulos from Greece.
Honorable colleagues, I don't think there is someone here to oppose the view that we are living in crucial geopolitical times. Times that demand a strong, unified European foreign and security policy. Greece remains a pillar of stability in the Eastern Mediterranean and a dedicated advocate for European values. And as most of you probably know, we have very recently faced a hybrid threat that tested our collective resilience. I'm referring to Turkey's weaponization of immigrants on 2020. Our experience is a clear example of what we need to do to respond to hybrid threats, to combat disinformation and propaganda too. But to prevent these threats in an early stage, though, we need to do a lot more. To strengthen our collective intelligence capabilities, to invest in cybersecurity, plus we need to effectively inform our people. We must educate our people, to explain them the nature of these threats, cyber attacks, disinformation and foreign influence, to empower our future generations to recognize and respond to these threats. And I know that EU has made a significant progress, but we need to do more, and we need to do it now. Let's increase investment in AI. Let's invest in real-time information sharing. I think it's not just a necessity, it is our shared responsibility. So I look forward to this debate to strengthen European security, safeguard our democratic values, and our common future in this increasingly complex global landscape. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Teraz proszę o zabranie głosu.
Floor goes to Wilhelm Unile from Finland.
Dear Chair, hybrid threats are defined as hostile activity conducted below the threshold of war, based on a combination of military and civil instruments. These coordinated attacks target vulnerabilities within our society and try to achieve political and economic concession and destabilization. Polish presidency in the EU Council emphasizes the importance of countering foreign interference, combat disinformation, and external influence associated with Russia. The military dimension is usually detached from the action by the antagonist in order to hinder international countermeasures. However, as expressed by President Niinistö, there is a growing issue with hybrid elements becoming more militarized in nature. We must not only concentrate on social aspects of hybrid warfare. While we acknowledge the presence of cyber threats, what is the level of preparedness against the likes of the little green men and the paramilitarized? Will we react convincingly to upcoming threats that may yet evolve and take forms we are currently unaware of? Dziękuję.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle. Teraz Rachid Temal, Francja.
Kemal, France. Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, first topic I would like to raise is that we should leave the sphere of naivete. The war is going on, Azerbaijan, China. These are the countries that are in war against our democracies. Secondly, Europe must be a powerful, strong Europe. And third, and it's related, big techs. Europe is doing something, but we need to go even further. Companies impose algorithms and the vision of the world on us. They impose certain ideologies, reaping more profits from advertising. So they create narratives, countries are also in the business of creating narratives when it comes to values and social structures. And we should be doing this with more resolve, and we should support such measures as the investigative commission committee in the French Senate that looks into hybrid threats. This will allow us to be ambitious in Europe. Thank you. Thank you very much. Richard Kors, the European Parliament.
First of all, it's very good to see you, old colleagues, new colleagues here. On this topic, I just wanted to stress that actually what we tend to do when we describe the attacks from foreign countries, from those who we can not clearly identify, we tend to tone down ourselves. We use the term hybrid threats. There's no legislation that actually defines hybrid threats. There is no legal system, no judiciary that actually, when it comes to the court, can actually say what is hybrid threat. This is something where we tend to tone down ourselves, not to have immediate and strict responses. If it is cutting the undersea cables, it's either terrorism or sabotage. It's not hybrid threat. It's not hybrid attack. If it's meddling in democratic elections, it's interference by the third country. It's not hybrid attack. If it's instrumentalization of migrants, it is an offense. It's not hybrid attack. And this is something that we tend to tone down ourselves in order not to have a swift responses to these attacks. And I call for national legislators to really speed up the legislation when it comes to accountability, those who are preparing these acts within the European Union as well. But also, this is a matter of changing the mindset. It's no hybrid attacks. We have the legislation in place. Is it sabotage, terrorism, etc., and etc.? Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Proszę o zabranie głosu Paulo Pisco.
Thank you very much. Now, Paulo Pisco, Portugal.
Recently, a senior NATO official clearly demonstrated that within the borders of the European Union, there are a lot of actions commanded by Russia, although they denied it, in order to destabilize our countries and our societies. And he demonstrates that at least all along these actions that have been taken, in 15 countries of European Union, these actions have been taken with a lot of effects. Sabotage with disinformation, threats to facilities, infrastructures, using migrants as a weapon, etc., etc. And the ways of recruiting are very much sophisticated and difficult to detect. The question is that we have always used also the expertise and intelligence of the United States, but now we are in a different era. And my questions related to these questions are the following. As long as our sovereignty is being under attack within our borders, we need to know if we have a common strategy to deal with the threats of hybrid war. And are we enough cohesive in this question? And can we still trust in the expertise and the intelligence of the US?
Dziękuję Paulo. Teraz czas na głos Josipa Djakicia.
Josip Djakic from Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I greet you all as member of a population of war veterans from Croatia, which is very sensitive and felt the homeland war in Croatia. And today, all of those who do not understand or who forgot what is war and what war brings, I must say that they are in delusion. They have a clear aggressor, and they must change their mindset. We must turn to the value of freedom and justice. Freedom and justice do not have price. Many lives were lost in Croatia, and today we have new threats in our direct neighborhood. Ukraine suffered a lot in the Russian aggression, enormous number of victims, but many people are still in delusion. I, as a war veteran, 2 times I've been wounded. I wish no one to experience war, but every European parliamentarian and everybody who wishes to come to Europe, they must know that only together they can address such horrible threats in our European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now Arvydas Pocius, Lithuania.
Ladies and gentlemen, do we like it or not, but we are involved in the war with Russia, countering cyber and hybrid attacks. No borders for cyber and hybrid attacks. So, most pressing issue for our region now, the security of critical infrastructure in Baltic Sea. Baltic states are on even higher alertness due to desynchronization from Russian electric grid. We cut all electric lines with Russia on the 9th of February this year. Investigations are ongoing. The intent and the damages will be determined, but the tendency of increasing rate is clear already. Must be able to detect, recognize, respond, and prevent. Signal Russia that we do not accept this new reality. Appreciate strengthened NATO presence. Welcome additional assets deployed by the allies. What to do? First, targeting shadow fleet sanctions not only on ships, but also their owners, financiers, and all those who benefit. Second, restricting access to the Baltic Sea and traffic therein. Third, invest in technologies to monitor, track, and detect, also in the capabilities to repair. Welcome the Commission's...
Dziękuję bardzo.
And now the floor goes to Cesar Sanchez from Spain. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In Spain, we believe that it is important that we should develop a common defense policy in Europe, and we are committed to increasing spending on defense in order to increase strategic independence of Europe. In reference to the Draghi report, we should improve our competitiveness and our resilience to hybrid threats as well. And we need to face the sort of challenges that European Union is experiencing with respect to migration. We have to be resilient, and we should never give up in our daily activity, because it's in our daily actions where we see the new threats most to freedom and democracy in Europe. Therefore, efforts must be made in order for us to get preparedness and for us to be able to stand against the challenges of the future, also with respect to integration and the awareness about the values of freedom and democracy are shared across the continent and have to be upheld, and they should be put at the center. With respect to defense, we have to act together. Now the floor goes to Jan Machnic from Slovenia.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, we can see how kinetic operations are becoming more and more common in the spectrum of hybrid operations. and we are well beyond non-kinetic and soft power work. Diversions, subversions, and sabotage are more and more frequent. Our main problem is still in recognizing and attributing these events to Russia. The problem is the work of our law enforcement and judicial authorities. We need effective European directives that will help state authorities to identify hybrid activities and, above all, to act successfully against the Russian fifth column, which is already present in Europe through various opinion makers, journalists, columnists, cultural and economic associations, diplomatic communities, and others. Approximately a year ago, a Russian narrative went out around Europe about how Europe must stand up for peace, and that sending arms to Ukraine is against peace and this is a bad thing. On the one hand, of course, this is all a matter of freedom of thought and freedom of speech, the core values of the EU. But on the other hand, we should have law enforcement authorities in Europe that recognize spreading Russian propaganda and disinformation not as an expression of freedom of speech and opinion, but as a classic hostile act, such as dissemination of hate propaganda, which should be illegal and should be dealt properly.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle. Teraz Irini Dourou, Grecja.
Thank you, dear Chairman. The European Union faces numerous challenges, such as the climate crisis, the refugee and migration issue, and more recently, the rise of AI, which has introduced new hybrid threats such as disinformation, cyber attacks, and proxy wars. These threats undermine the EU's internal structure, legal system, and democratic institution. The EU needs a holistic strategy to protect and secure European societies against these emerging dangers. Among these threats, one stands out as particularly dangerous: repeated attempts to interfere in the domestic affairs of EU member states by promoting all-right political parties or attacking elected governments. This is a new phenomenon that has recently surfaced primarily through the consistent support from the billionaire Elon Musk, who has openly backed far-right parties while criticizes the elected governments of European states. Such indifference, dear colleagues, is unacceptable as it poses a direct threat to democracy. The best way to counter these threats is to establish a new social contract to combat the rise of all tech-empowered far-right radicalism. European societies need a clear, democratic, social, and green political alternative emphasizing social cohesion, social justice, human rights.
Dziękuję bardzo, Irini. Teraz Tom Weiding
goes to Tom Weiding from Luxembourg.
Dear colleagues, you can only destabilize what can be destabilized. An external agent, such as a virus, cannot harm a strong body. Therefore, you need to make your body stronger. The same is true for hybrid threats against the EU. We need tools to fight them, but we foremost must become stronger. Vice President J.D. Vance has rightfully spoken about the enemy within that makes us weak. Vance criticized European governments as censoring unorthodox views and stifling political expression. The EU has allowed millions of people from quite different cultures to enter under the pretense of asylum, destabilizing our social welfare system and public safety. Political forces have weakened national identity, sometimes to the point of self-hatred. Ukrainians fight for their nation, but will our youth fight for a hollow-out nation? Germany purposefully destroyed nuclear plants worth billions of dollars for a so far unrealistic dream of renewables. The low birth rate is a silent time bomb that is nearly unavoidable. Instead of 100 kindergarten, we will have half in 2 generations. We must work on these issues in order to be stronger, in order to protect against external agents and hybrid threats. Thank you.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję, Tom. Teraz Grigor Kalev Stoicescu,
Estonia.
Thank you very much.
I would like just to say that we are in a psychological war. The aim of Russia, of the aggressor, is to sow confusion, anxiety, and fear in our populations, in our societies, and in the end in our political decision-making processes at the political level, to manipulate, to delay, to paralyze our decision-making. So this is our first line of defense, but potentially also the last line of defense if we fail and Europeans become indeed anxious and scared. And then they have won. We must realize that this is really our first line of defense. Secondly, with the European White Paper, it's a very good document, but it should not remain just another beautiful paper that is not put or implemented. So this has become to be translated into money. That's good, but the money that we spend on defense, would it be 800 billion or more, this would have to be converted into real forces, real capabilities, and real readiness. 800 billion does not scare Putin, but real capabilities and readiness will. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, Grigor Kalev. Owacja, tak?
And an ovation is in order. Ivan Račan, Croatia.
Dear colleagues, there have always been and always will be external threats. All major players on the outside have the same interest looking at us, and that is they want Europe to be economically powerful, to keep buying goods, but they want a politically weak Europe. And this is where the answer to most of our questions lies. And it is still only up to us what we will do. Everything depends for us on our own level of cooperation, integration, and understanding each other. And this is what we have to work on, and this is the best way to thwart or fight any external threats that they are or will be. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Teraz głos zabierze Celia Grootheden.
Celia Grootheden, Belgium.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Poland, for your genuine hospitality. It's true that dual attacks and cyber attacks are much larger than telecommunications and defense of our essential structures and supply lines. The first line of attack is in the whole of Europe, in the minds of our people. And Russia allegedly invests 4 billion euros here. This is quite a lot. We've all seen the effects. During COVID, we've seen that they alienated people from scientists, healthcare, governments. Afterwards, against human rights, against women's rights, minorities' rights, asylum rights. And Russia has strongly amplified extreme right ideas in the minds of our young men and hate in the hearts of our people. This is the defense battle we must fight everywhere. And the investment must always be here and also be here. And we must fight this battle in full respect of personal liberties, of the rights of the most vulnerable, of the rule of law, of human rights, of social security, of the separation of power, of free and internationally uninfluenced press and parties, also from tech billionaires for that matter. Because if we give up this, the cathedrals of our European values, colleagues, Russia does not need a war. They have already won over us. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo pani
Very
poseł.
much.
Teraz Audronius
Žubalis, Lithuania.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, beyond the Baltic Sea, we face a new and intensifying battle in the electromagnetic domain. Since August, Lithuania's airspace has been subjected to unprecedented GPS jamming and spoofing, orchestrated by Russian electronic warfare systems, deployed in Kaliningrad and Belarus. These deliberate attacks endanger civilian aviation, disrupt air traffic control, and impose growing economic costs. That is why Lithuania has proposed EU sanctions on Russia's General Radio Frequency Center and its key official responsible for GPS interference over the Baltic region. Talking more broadly, the EU must rethink its entire approach to hybrid threats. The EU hybrid toolbox was created to respond to precisely these kind of attacks. We got the answer from European Commission and the European External Action Service, but one key element was missing. If this is a deterrence, we should talk about deterrence, not about a reaction. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle. Teraz głos zabierze
And now,
pani Sabina
Tillaye, France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On a
Thank you very
beaucoup
much,
parlé des
Chair.
différentes menaces, les menaces hybrides.
We have
bien
been
sûr,
talking a
bien
lot
entendu,
about
sur la
all
guerre
sorts of
technologique,
threats,
etc.
including hybrid
Nous sommes
threats.
tous d'accord qu'il faut faire quelque
Certainly,
chose, mais j'ai
there's
envie de dire,
conventional
on peut faire
warfare,
de la guerre
technological
sans la
warfare,
faire.
and so
Et
forth.
ça, ça dépend de
But
notre
you can
attitude aussi. Je veux
lose a war
particulièrement,
without
remercier,
fighting in it.
la
And
Pologne
this
et nos
depends on
collègues
our
polonaises pour
attitude.
les mots forts
And that's
que vous
why I would
avez
like to
eus,
thank
parce que c'est
our
aussi,
friends from
quelque
Poland
chose
for
qui
all
peut nous
those very
réveiller.
strong
Et je
words
vais aller
that
dans
were
le
said
sens de mon
here
collègue
today.
sénateur qui a
Hopefully, this will be
parlé
a wake-up
de
call for the
naïveté.
rest of
Oui,
us.
c'est notre attitude
I will
aussi
follow up in
qui
the footsteps
compte
of our
aujourd'hui.
senator
Est-ce qu'on
who
va
mentioned
perdre notre naïveté?
the
Est-ce qu'on
fact of
va
us being
se
very
réconcilier
naive.
aussi au
Will
niveau
we
européen avec le
lose
mot
because of being
puissance?
naive,
Surtout, est-ce qu'on va
or
mettre
will
en
we
face des mots des
we
actes?
will be
Parce qu'on
be
parle beaucoup du
okay with
pourquoi,
Russia
très
being
peu
a
du
superpower,
comment
or
on va
will be
réaliser,
doing
ces
something
étapes-là. Et, il est
in
nécessaire
the wake
aussi
of all
aujourd'hui,
these
je
words.
pense, certes, l'Union
And
européenne,
today,
c'est une
it seems
organisation
to me,
supranationale, mais est-ce qu'on est capable de dépasser aussi nos
obviously the EU
égoïsmes
is a
nationaux
transnational
et nous
organization,
comprendre
but
comme
can
une
we
communauté de
leave our
destin si on veut
national
faire face aux gens qui ne respectent
egoist
aujourd'hui plus
approaches
les règles?
behind, and can we think in terms of a community to fight against those who do not abide by the rules? Thank you. Elsa van Hof, Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Belgian presidency of the EU Council has taken significant steps to build Europeans' resilience to hybrid threats, including the establishment of the framework for the Hybrid Rapid Response Team. Because these teams support member states and also EU diplomatic missions to react swiftly on acute crises of hybrid attacks. I have two questions also to the two speakers. How will the Polish presidency contribute to the implementation of the hybrid rapid response teams? Secondly, Russia and China are also very active in sub-Saharan Africa with supporting terrorist groups and also disinformation to create new enemies for Europe and also to undermine cohesion by different wars, for example, East Congo and Rwanda. So I have specific questions. What are the specific plans against hostile disinformation and propaganda towards Europe in Africa? Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Proszę, dziękuję pani poseł. Proszę o zabranie głosu Mimi Kodeli z
Mimi
Albanii.
Kodeli, Albania.
Chyba nie ma nikogo. Nie ma, pusta jest Albania, czyli następny.
Okej. Następny mówca.
Right, moving on. Fuat Oktay,
Bardzo, panie przewodniczący. Turcja.
Turkey.
Thank you. Fighting against hybrid threats demands solidarity and well-coordinated cooperation among allies. Turkey's fight against all types of hybrid threats has been instrumental not only in protecting itself, but also contributed significantly to the security of Europe as a whole. EU's external borders and the fight against such hybrid threats begins at the borders of Turkey. Turkey's fight against illegal migration has been critical for the European security. Turkey has fully honored its commitments under Turkey-EU Declaration on Migration, effectively closing the Aegean route and saving countless lives, a fact confirmed by the UNHCR data as well. Turkey takes great pride in its humane and lawful approach to addressing migration challenges. Our humanitarian approach to addressing illegal migration serves as a model for all nations. Hearing much on multilateralism and emphasis on urgently of teaming up, I strongly believe that there is a need for a closer cooperation in all fields between Turkey and the EU in a holistic manner. We wish for the furthering of Turkey-EU relations with the final goal of full membership. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję Panie Przewodniczący.
Thank you very much. And now, Dunia Simonovic-Bratic, Serbia.
Chair. Dear colleagues, please allow me first to tell to my dear colleague from Croatia that Republic of Serbia is the biggest and the strongest country in the Western Balkans. And because of Serbia, there is still a peace in the region. And for the sound cannon, let me tell you, if we used it well, half of Croatia would stay definitely. A lot of our colleagues from the region uses this term of hybrid threats, but now it sounds like romantic rapture when we see preparations for new big war in EU. Let me remind you that on this day, 26 years ago, NATO launched a full-scale aggression and started bombing Yugoslavia without approval of the UN Security Council. Combat mission, unfortunately, succeeded with a lot of Serbian blood. And from that time, NATO has its base on Kosovo. Now, fear is back on those territories. Just a few days ago, a new military alliance is signed between Albania, so-called Kosovo, and Croatia. So, what is the key word for Western Balkans now? Because until yesterday, that was reconciliation. I can only hope that that word would be lasting and just peace, and that instead of arms, a common sense will prevail. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you.
Teraz głos zabierze
Ivana Klimpush-Chintzadze, Ukraine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to our Polish colleagues for having us Ukrainians over here. I would like to agree with President Nisto that hybrid threat is not far from the military threat. Actually, I would go even further. I would say that those hybrid attacks that we are experiencing across Europe are basically a war type of attacks. And this is the time to call a spade, because responding to war challenges with peace instruments will not make us much more secure. And I think understanding that authoritarian states, starting from Russia and others, are using our democratic vulnerabilities to blow the societies, countries, and alliances from within. So we have to engage in a very difficult discussions how to ensure that while we are protecting the values that we are fighting for, how do we provide to our law enforcement, our intelligence agencies, all the instruments in order to be able to counter this military, basically, attacks? And that's called the right thing. And one more thing. Our reactive policies to whatever is coming from the authoritarian states are not going to protect us. We have to become much more proactive. And we have to ensure that we stop assessing their actions with our common sense, with our ratio, with our logic. Think of unimaginable, and only then we will be efficient. Thank you.
Dziękuję, Ivanka.
Thank you very much, Ivana.
Czas na
Hulusi Akar, Turkey.
Today, in the face of hybrid threats that blur the line between military and non-military domains, strengthening NATO's joint defense missions, enhancing civil military coordination cooperation, and developing innovative capabilities, including the AI, have become more and more critical. And we believe fortifying resilience of NATO and EU members and candidates is essential. Still, terrorism and illegal immigration remains one of the most serious hybrid threats. Turkey has been at the forefront of countering this threat by resolutely fighting against them. Please remember, since 2011, we have neutralized around 5,000 Daesh terrorists, deported over 11,000, and prevented the entry of over 100,000 100,000 foreign terrorist fighters into our region. But the issue of the foreign terrorist fighters remains a major threat that needs to be resolved through collective efforts, especially with their presence in the camp and the so-called prison in the northeastern Syria. Those terrorists must be returned to their countries of origin for trial and rehabilitation. As another vital and related point, Turkey as a regional stabilizer and a security provider calls for the removal of all kinds of official and unofficial restrictions on defense exports and arms export licenses to be able to equip its forces to effectively tackle all forms of common security challenges. To conclude, a reliable and comprehensive.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo. Panie pośle, proszę
Thank
zabrać
you,
głos Nasiba
MP.
Nako z Albanii.
Now, Nasib Nako, Albania.
Nie ma albańskiej delegacji.
The
Zostały
Albanian
dwie osoby.
delegation
Teraz
is
pani
not
poseł
here.
Solomia Bobrowska z
So
Ukrainy.
we have
Proszę.
two, Solomia Bobrovska from Ukraine.
Yes. Dear colleagues, greetings from Ukraine. Thank you for having us, hosting us, our Polish colleagues and friends. You know, when I'm listening to hybrid threats, there are two things coming to my mind. The first one that's can only imagine the hybrid attacks on Ukraine, combined in Shaheds and ballistic missile. But the other one, the very interesting thing happened to Ukraine just 2 weeks ago when Americans stopped sharing the information with Ukraine. And so it was a bit of challenge and threat, as you understand, not for army, but for the whole state. And I think that's a high time for all of us here to think about the establishing and replacing such very sensitive things as, of course, as intelligent information that we have to use, because at the end, I think Baltic states understand that, Finland understands, Poles understand that we will be all live by ourselves and can rely on ourselves. And the challenge for us and the threat for us, that's to find a very common European independent solution from any other allies to stay stronger and finally not to think only about deterrence, but to show the really very high border to Russia, stop provoking us, and to respond them in a very concrete and forceful way. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Proszę o zabranie głosu.
And now the floor goes to Ina Koseru, Moldova.
Dear Mr. Chair, honored officials, distinguished colleagues, today we find ourselves at a crucial moment to assure security of the European Union and its partner states. Hybrid threats is a reality we face every day. These threats, whether we're talking about disinformation, cyber attacks, or the use of energy resources as a tool of pressure, have a clear purpose to undermine democracy and destabilize Europe. Moldova is a living proof of these challenges. Over the years, we have been the target of a constant disinformation war designed to weaken democratic institutions and divide society. The last presidential elections in Moldova were held with the unprecedented interference of Russian Federation, using hundreds of millions of dollars to buy the votes and throw the people in the full darkness of propaganda, but we resisted. However, the most persistent threat remains the use of frozen conflicts, and the Transnistrian crisis, amplified in Moldova in January, has the only one objective: to harm the upcoming parliamentary elections in Moldova. In the face of these challenges, our response must be clear and firm. Moldova is ready to contribute. Europe's security is a common good, and protecting it requires solidarity, decisive action, and long-term strategic vision. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Proszę Państwa, lista mówców została
Thank you
wyczerpana.
very much. The list of speakers has been exhausted. President Niinistö, would you like to take the floor? We have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I found the list of opinions and questions very interesting. You're very well up to date, and that is very important. First of all, to Mr. Kopra, about hybrid, specifically cyber threat, how to protect. We have to be capable to up the adversaries, being more clever, being better in cyber. And that means that outsmart means that it's a deterrence of denial. But we should be capable also to hit back, to raise fear. And that is deterrence by punishment. Thirdly, intelligence that came up also elsewhere, that is most important. In my report, we talk about European Union intelligence agency, how to develop it. We need cooperation between European countries, between our like-minded countries, to have all the current information. What we have learned in Ukraine is that intelligence is a key word in warfare, also in hybrid warfare, even more, I would say. I really want to, Mr. McAllister, emphasizing the importance of taking notice to like-minded also. We are not only the Union here alone. The so-called Western world must work together to create intelligence and knowledge enough to hit back. To Mr. Fischer and Madam Wickmans, the question of correct information is surely very sensitive and very difficult one. I have great trust on ordinary people's judgments. And how we can help it, surely by sharing reliable info, but not in a way that, well, we know better, because that is not very fruitful, but better teaching people to be critical. Please be critical, whatever you hear or read. In an AI world, this will be a much more challenging thing. I have to admit that I haven't studied how one could regulate AI, but I'm very much afraid that someday we find needs for that too, because otherwise AI may overcome our information. Mr. Kois, that was very interesting point of view. Actually, it's very difficult to imagine any such hybrid deed which wouldn't be somehow criminalized in Western world. To make damages, yes, to especially terrorist legislation, if somebody is hurt. We have quite a wide range of legislation. And to Mr. Junnila, how to react if something that we, well, couldn't imagine. We must be really awake, and I also trust on ordinary people's awakeness. When they see and find something extraordinary going on in neighborhood or elsewhere, they have to be aware that and prepared to give their notices further. Mr. Pisco, you took up importance of intelligence. I guess the answer I already gave about enhancing European and European Union intelligence by cooperation, which needs a huge trust amongst ourselves. And to end up, Mr. Razan, you took up the importance of unity. We like to talk about single market, which is a key word in European Union. I think we should start talking about single security, which is even more important in EU. If we understand that we have single security, we stay together and we are strong. And in the world we are facing now, you have to be strong, because strong is untouched. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie prezydencie.
Thank you very much, President, for both the introduction to our debate and for the conclusions. And thank you very much for your personal commitment to this session. I will give up on my intervention because we have a serious delay, and in order to facilitate the chairmanship of the next session, I would like to announce a break until 12, and thank you very much for all the interventions. And I wish so much we had more than 1.5 minutes for this, and I would like to thank the interpreters as well.
Normally there's only one person sitting there. We'll put the signal that we are starting because we have an empty hall. So please wait a moment. Tutaj do fosy. Czy możemy sygnał wrzucić taki tam? Znaczy chodzi o to, żeby takie... Nie, taki... Tak, sygnał jest. To wrzućmy to.
Good afternoon, David. Hi, David.
Hi there, Simon. Welcome.
I don't know if I'm presumptuous already arriving at the stage or whether I come up when you call me, but I'm here when you need me.
Should we come up now, or Mr. Moore, do you come up now?
Hello.
Jeszcze teraz się dzwonek uruchomił, także to ściągnie ludzi. Jeżeli tak lepiej, to...
Dzień dobry, witam jeszcze raz.
Warmly welcome.
Good afternoon.
Once again.
Welcome again.
Good afternoon. Szanowni Państwo, drodzy goście, rozpoczynamy drugą sesję naszej konferencji.
Session 2 of our conference, priorities and challenges concerning the CFSP, CSDP and the new institutional cycle, developing a new security framework for the European Union. The EU is facing unprecedented challenges. We are building the architecture for security for the entire conference, and the results of the challenges may shape the New Deal for the continent as we are attacked brutally from the east. The threats that are standing in front of us force us to look for answers to questions how we defend ourselves, how we defend our sovereignty and freedom, what needs to be done in order for us to be stronger, not only in policy making, but also in defending the values and the policies that we believe in. And this is what we would like to address during this debate. And with David McAllister, we will co-chair this session, and we will assign speaking rights. We have to take radical steps in order to improve our defense capabilities, integrate defense industries across the EU. We have to develop civil protection infrastructure along the eastern border of Poland, in the context of Poland on the border with Russia and Belarus, among priorities, and we feel that is stepping up our resilience to hybrid and cyber threat from Russia, not excluding terrorist threats in a number of levels, and we have to deepen our collaboration, crisis management, coordination of actions across the continent, across the community of countries in Europe. So we have to get engaged and involved in looking for the common grounds, for the common currencies and for the common thoughts in order to help us fend off the threat. And last but certainly not least, we need to have wise diplomacy, wise interactions and wise voice from Europe that will help us structure our relationships with the rest of the world, including the transatlantic relationships, which are so pivotal for the world's security. And maybe we should rewrite these interactions in a much better way. Let me give the floor to David McAllister, my co-chair.
Thank you, Grzegorz. I would also like to equally welcome all of you to this second panel, and we now have an exchange of views with Simon Mordew, the Deputy Secretary General of the European External Action Service. So, dear Simon Mordew, a warm welcome to you, and I would now ask you to address the conference for 10 minutes. Please.
Good afternoon, and many thanks to the Polish and European Parliaments. I'm honoured by your invitation, and I want to start by sending you the warmest regards from the High Representative Kallas, who at the moment is undertaking a trip to the Middle East. I think since the last time we met, I think it has become even clearer that we're living in some of the most challenging years we've ever faced. And I dare say, having also listened to former President Niinisto today and read carefully his report, I think we're also living in probably one of the most dangerous times we've faced, with quite significant long-term repercussions. It's not always easy, but I think one of the solutions are that where we can, we must act in unity and clarity. And I'm a firm believer that regular dialogue between the EU institutions and national parliaments can also help in this respect. Each plays its distinctive role, but I do believe that the sum of the parts is much greater than the elements, and this is what it's all about. I think the parliamentary dimension of external relations is also very present and benefiting extensively from our continuous exchanges.
And I think it's fair to say that High Representative Kallas is particularly attached to this as a former member of both Estonia's national parliament and, of course, having been as well a member of the European Parliament. If I look at the broad picture, it's clear that we're in a totally new era. I think we're witnessing the shaping of a new international order. And I think it's fair to say as well that European security is under very significant strain, with two wars on our doorsteps, first Ukraine and the Middle East, but a broader surrounding arc of instability wherever we look, be it Belarus, the Caucasus, the Middle East, North Africa, the Horn of Africa, Sahel, or the Sudan. With the shift of the United States policy, this adds even more complexity to this picture, and we are frankly seeing the US reviewing its membership in the international multilateral system and all of the international agreements and treaties to which it's part. We've seen, for example, this with the USAID freeze and the resulting geographical strain on development cooperation. This is having direct consequences, including on the European Union itself. I think it's fair to say we still see very much multilateralism in our DNA. We had last week the United Nations Secretary-General Guterres at the European Council, and this was an opportunity for us to reconfirm our strong relationship and our continued unwavering commitment to multilateralism. As to defence, I think when it comes to defence, if we take it seriously, then what we invest in defence is a very good test for how we value defence. And I think it's fair to say that in the last decade, we don't seem to have placed a very high importance in it. And I think it's pivotal now for us to move. We take this seriously, and we need to see if we can make the quantum leap forward needed for European security and defence. I think more than ever, we need to be prepared to take our own responsibility for deterrence and defence, and the value we can add on this by working together is priceless. It's less than a week since we published the White Paper for European Defence, Readiness 2030. I think what this White Paper tries to do is frame a new approach at the European level to defence, identifying the investment that we need to close critical capability gaps and to build a strong industrial base in the defence sector. It also sets out the practical necessary steps to build up the European defence. That includes as well continuing to provide unwavering support to Ukraine. I particularly underline the reference to Ukraine, not just because we're joined by guests from the Ukrainian Rada today, but I think the white paper itself is in some ways also a testimony to our engagement. We've always been clear, and I think it's even more evident than ever, that Ukraine's security and Europe's security are inextricably linked. But I think the white paper is also a key step towards a European Defence Union. It reflects as well the ambition of the European Union to enhance cooperation in defence and leverage the added value offered by the European Union, and in particular the European Union's single market. I think this is not an easy process, it's an incremental process, and I think the implementation of the proposals reflected in the white paper and the Rearm Europe plan, Readiness for 2030, will contribute to this objective. I think this concept, and it's important to underline this in a setting like today, it equally fully acknowledges that member states are and will remain in the driving seat for defence from doctrine to deployment. And we've seen this as well at the heart of the discussions last week with European leaders at the European Council, where they've agreed in simple terms to accelerate the work on all strands to decisively ramp up Europe's defence readiness within the next 5 years. And I think that's a target that we should very much have in mind. A stronger and more capable European Union in the field of security and defence will also contribute positively to global and transatlantic security and is complementary to NATO, which remains the foundation of its members' collective defence. And again, this was echoed very much by our leaders last Thursday. But it's not just the challenge we face on the US front. The US-China competition persists, with China posing a systemic challenge, particularly in the geo-economic area. We're seeing at our level a lot more work done than ever in the past on issues like economic security. We're seeing Russia and China's limitless friendship now reinforced by deepening ties with actors like Iran and North Korea. We've got still a growing complexity of climate, food and energy crises, the global decline of democracy and human rights, which are further compounding these challenges. And allow me to make a strong point here. I think human rights has always been one of the fundamental tenets of the EU common foreign policy, and we will always speak up when human rights are under pressure, and it will continue to be at the heart of our foreign policy. But adding to this, we are soon embarking upon the long and painful process of designing a new multi-annual financial framework. I think it's fair to say that the upcoming MFF negotiations are probably going to be the hardest and most complicated we've ever seen. We need to find solutions for increased defence spending with the repayment of loans from the Next Generation EU programme, and we've got the competitiveness and the single market agendas to also invest in. And of course, compared to these previous MFFs, we have to significantly increase our expenditure in the Union's defence and the Union's preparedness. And for those who haven't read it already, I would really recommend taking a moment to study in detail the report prepared by President Niinisto, which gives a fantastic snapshot of the challenges we face. If I look at the way forward, I think it's fair to say we largely know already what will be the key work ahead. Ukraine will continue to dominate our strategic agenda. 3 years ago, we have moved to a qualitatively new stage of our relationship with Ukraine's application for EU membership, and I think Ukraine's future in the EU will be a key and crucial guarantee that the European Union can provide. But equally, I believe strongly that Ukraine's membership will reinforce Ukraine's economy, institutions and society, increasing its own stability and resilience. Ukraine has the right to decide its own path, and the EU will continue to support its reforms as it moves towards membership. I don't think we have the luxury of questioning whether we have enlargement fatigue or disengagement. We will continue to support Ukraine in its quest for a just and sustainable peace, as well as in its reconstruction process, and this will include smart and sustainable security guarantees. On multilateralism, we will use the ongoing reform efforts by the United Nations, launched by Secretary-General Guterres, as an opportunity for us to contribute to shaping the multilateral system in line with our priorities and interests, also by making it more transparent and more efficient. Last week, the European Council also reconfirmed its commitment to support Ukraine's repair, recovery and reconstruction in coordination with international partners, and the Ukraine Recovery Conference in July 2025, which is being hosted by Italy, will be very important in this context. If I turn for a moment to enlargement, I think enlargement is back on the political agenda in a way that it has not been since 1999 to 2004. And I think making the European Union stronger, more resilient and more influential will be one of the results of enlargement. At the same time, I think we need to recognise it's not always easy sailing. It's deeply challenging, both in terms of managing a credible process that can lead to the accession of new member states on a merit-based approach, but also in terms of making the European Union enlargement ready. It will have an impact at our political, budget and decision-making level. We want to be strong and able to act swiftly as needed, and this is in particular why we need political leadership on the enlargement topic. Recent years have also delivered hard lessons about the effectiveness of our EU engagement. I'm thinking, for example, about our work in the Sahel, but also on our partnerships. Partners around the world are being more assertive, more opportunistic and transactional. I think this is why we also have to develop a new, more nimble way of looking at our relations, to be more strategic in our engagement and put forward a better offer. Comprehensive partnerships, global gateway, and we also need to get much, much better about communicating about it. One African minister told me recently, our Chinese friends make us offers we can't refuse, you make us offers that we don't understand. And I think there's a lot we need to humbly take from that. We also need to continue to develop and strengthen our comprehensive partnerships worldwide, in the Indo-Pacific region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, across Africa or the southern shores of Europe. And here I think the parliamentary dimension of these relationships has a key role to play, as does the regular holding of summits at leaders level. And in fact, this year, 2025, is likely to mark the year in which we've held the most summits in the history of the European Union. If I turn to the Middle East, where the High Representative is at the moment, the European Union remains committed to a lasting and sustainable peace based on the two-state solution. And I think the High Representative in particular stands ready to contribute to all efforts towards this solution. It's important that all parties refrain from actions that undermine its viability, and we will on our side continue to work as well with regional international partners to that end and support the Palestinian Authority and its reform agenda. It's equally important that the unimpeded access and sustained distribution of humanitarian assistance continues at scale or starts at scale into and throughout Gaza. And the European Union leaders made a joint call for this during the European Council last week as well. If I turn at the end to the multilateral system, we need to work to restore and strengthen the credibility of the multilateral system by pushing forward the necessary reforms while accelerating delivery on key commitments such as the Pact for the Future or the Sustainable Development Goals. We look forward to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to be held in Seville this summer. I think this is an important step towards putting in place a renewed global financing framework for sustainable development. And as you will see, the tasks at hand are many, they're significant. The list of priorities is getting longer, resources are getting scarcer, and blockages are a killer. We frankly don't have that luxury in today's world, and we need to improve our capacity to act and to act swiftly. I end by just taking a moment to talk about the coordination of the internal and external aspects of EU policies. I think this is crucial for a stronger, more credible and impactful EU role on the world stage. We've had in the past perhaps a separation between the two dimensions, internal, external, but I don't think this is sustainable anymore. And I think your role as members of the European and national parliaments can contribute to ending this artificial divide. Looking ahead, a major challenge will be reinforcing the European Union's role as a geopolitical player. In a context of weaponization of everything, we have to ensure that the EU's security, in the broadest sense of the word, from hybrid threats to migration and economic security, including access to critical raw materials. This requires a new mindset, new ways of working, bringing together different policies, instruments and competences, strategic thinking, and not being afraid to put our EU interest at the core of our approach. National parliaments, together with the European Parliament, are a key part of the constellation of our external relations, from the work of your committees and delegations to democracy support, including election observation. Your direct outreach to people within your constituencies is essential for our joint endeavour to inform and ensure our citizens' trust in European institutions and our work. We have much to reflect on and much where we can adapt our tactics accordingly, and I look forward to hearing your valuable insights in the debate that now follows. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mordiu. We start our debate. We have 46 persons. They wanted to arrange appearances. 46. We have 90 seconds, 1.5 minutes per person. So we start from Mrs. Hajnal Kajuhas, Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The security-centric approach of the Polish presidency is important for effective and efficient EU decision-making on the development of the defense capabilities and defense industrial funding, as well as the countering disinformation. The reinforcement of the European defense policy was one of the priorities of the Hungarian presidency also. The European security situation has undergone drastic changes, mainly due to the ongoing Russian aggression against Ukraine, which will have far-reaching consequences on the European security architecture. It should serve as a catalyst of already ongoing EU efforts to reduce strategic dependencies also in the field of security and defense. As a member of EU and NATO, Hungary faces that the need for a stronger European defense, which can be a European pillar for a stronger NATO as well. The dramatic changes to the European security environment call for an ever closer coordination of effort and unity of action between EU and NATO. Hungary has consistently argued that we must not forget about the threats to our continent emanating from the south, such as illegal migration and cross-border terrorism. The current fragile and unstable security situation in the Middle East could become one of the main sources of uncontrolled mass migration to Europe, creating security and social challenges in the continent. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for the discipline also. Mr. Haris Georgiades, Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. Much has been said since this morning on why we all need to understand that aggression against one is aggression against all, that Russian aggression against Ukraine should continue to be met with a common resolve, that we should indeed invest more in our own defense capabilities, as Poland is so confidently doing, and that we should stand up against the autocrats and aggressors of this world. I cannot agree more. And let me repeat that Ukraine's effort should be our effort. But I wonder, how convincing can we be when in other cases of equally autocratic leaderships and aggressive regimes, we pretend not to see? When regimes show no respect to human rights and the rule of law, imprison opposition leaders, openly support Islamic terrorists like Hamas, fail to apply any sanctions against Putin, openly threaten their European neighbors, and yet we continue to nurture the idea that such regimes can be part of our new European security architecture. How credible is our claim that we have learned from the mistakes of our past when some appear ready to repeat them once again?
Thank you very much. Gabor Haidu, Romania.
Honorable colleagues, this is a crucial moment and we cannot waste time. Europe must enhance both its internal and external resilience. The EU will invest in defense capabilities, in technologies, and in industrial competitiveness. This is not just about economic performance, it is about Europe's global position and our collective security. Last year, our transatlantic partners in Washington, currently leading the US administration, were very clear. Europe does not invest enough in defense, technology, and in competitiveness, but it should. Political foresight, it is important. We have reached the same conclusions the hard way, as there has been a phase mismatch, and in any partnership, arriving at the same conclusions at different times, it is simply not efficient. Maintaining a strong transatlantic partnership must remain a strategic priority, and there is no real alternative neither for us nor for the United States if it wants to preserve its global role. And beyond the military, we have faced multiple threats. Attacks at the core of societies, democratic processes are hijacked or perverted. Societies are being destabilized from misinformation to cyber attacks and to political interference. And these put all of us at risk. And we have to learn from it, adapt, and protect democracy and uphold a rules-based international order. Thank you for your
Thank you very much. Mr. Michael Galler, European Parliament.
Yes, thank you very much. I think there is nothing more due than what Simon Mordew
just referred to, and I want to focus on the following issues. By the way, it is not us who give rise to doubts whether the US will live up to their Article 5 NATO obligations. It's not us who want to complement or usher them out of Europe and NATO, but we have to be prepared for all eventualities and act accordingly. Time is of the essence, and that is why it is about ramping up the defense readiness. It is about focusing on capability development. And I would like to add, it's also about making full use of the Ukrainian arms industry. It is the best value for money, short-term investment, and capacities are unused currently because of a lack of funding. And I call on our national colleagues to push for political leadership for that agenda and to make very clear, if it were not the 900,000 Ukrainian army that stands between Russia and our border, it would be we would be the next red line that Putin steps over. Let's strengthen our first line of defense, and that is the Ukrainian army as we speak. And I hope that the full use of the potential also of the Lisbon Treaty will be activated. We have Article 42. There we can proceed. Look what there is as a potential. Let us get to common European defense. And at the same time, in case another administration comes back in Washington, let us also thereby strengthen the European pillar of NATO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Predrag Bakovic, Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, security risks in Europe and its neighborhood are growing rapidly. The war in Ukraine has exposed the fragility of our security and the disruption of the global order. We are all facing such challenges, so we must take a greater responsibility for our security and defense, focusing on peace and stability without falling into fear-driven militarization. Slovenia has always supported Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we will continue with our support. We firmly condemn Russia's illegal invasion, which is an obvious violation of international law and the core principles of the United Nations Charter. We do welcome the efforts of the USA to reach a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine, but we need to emphasize the necessity of Ukraine and the UE to be included in the peace negotiations. We must not let the terms to be dictated from the outside. We need to reestablish a world order based on the rule of law and avoid increasing multipolarity. We must continue to defend of core principles of international law, sovereignty, and human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. George Koukoumas, Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For many years now, the EU member states, together with the United Kingdom, have been spending more on defense in nominal terms than all the other countries of the world together, with the exception of the United States. Yet our continent has not become safer, on the contrary. Nevertheless, the leadership and governments of the European Union are opting for a shift to the so-called war economy and Europe's rearmament program. At the level of societies of Europe, however, not everyone shares this choice. Many people realize that a new massive increase in military spending will lead to cuts in public services and social and environmental spending across Europe, jeopardizing the social and human security of European citizens. At the same time, we cannot avoid the elephant in the room that is double standards when it comes in European Union's foreign policy. How is it possible, for example, that today neither an arms embargo nor the slightest sanction has been imposed on the State of Israel for the genocide and atrocities it is committing against the Palestinian people? How can the door of European defense be open to Turkey when Turkey is an occupying power on European territory in Cyprus, where it is not cooperating for a solution on the basis of UN resolutions, and when the Turkish state is sliding back more and more into authoritarianism? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anna Katarina Mendes, European Parliament, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, we live strange days in a lot of challenges and dangers, but I'm sure that we can win these days if we become together and strong, defending our democracy and solidarity, our common values. And I think that we should have two priorities, because the threats are not external only, but also internal. So we should defend a qualified majority voting in the common foreign and security policy, because I think it's defending democracy that we are talking about. And secondly, last week, the European Commission presented the white paper, and I think it's the first step to have a common policy on security and defense, but we should be aware that we need to defend the defense, but also with solidarity. And that's why I asked to the Deputy Secretary General if are we available to assure that we will have the balance between defense and solidarity and cohesion between the European Union, because what we are talking about today is defending our democracies, not only our security as in a war, but is to defend our values, our common values, our democracies.
Thank you very much. Ms. Inara Murniece, Latvia.
Dear colleagues, it has become increasingly clear that the EU must reinforce its defense capabilities in the shortest terms and do it effectively. EU member states need to demonstrate ownership of European security by increasing their national spending on defense. We need national and collective efforts. Latvia's defense spending is 3.7% of GDP now. We plan to reach 4% by the end of the year, aiming at 5% very soon. Scaling up rapidly EU defense technological and industrial base is crucial for Europe's preparedness. We need urgent decisions on financial settlements. To significantly boost defense financing, we need to explore various financial sources to advance military industry, including the proposal of the European Commission to provide loans up to 150 billion euro. We expect smooth elaboration and implementation of the instruments proposed under ReArm Europe Plan and the White Paper for European Defence Readiness 2030. NATO is the provider of collective and territorial defence in Europe, yet it is important that EU-NATO cooperation is coordinated and complementary. But for today, invest, invest, and invest in defense.
Thank you very much. Mr. Antonio Tanger Correa, European Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a relation here between diplomacy and security. I think it's totally unacceptable that either van der Leyen or Kaja Kallas to receive the top regime people from Syria. At the same moment, they are trucidating, they are killing, they are assassinating minorities like Christians, like Kurds, like Alawites, and so on. I think this is non-ethical. It's against European principles, doing that in what we see as a creation of a terrorist state. Because one thing is very true, a terrorist will be always a terrorist. And keep your minds on that, because this is the reality. Another thing, it's the Balkans. Our policy vis-à-vis the Balkans has been terrible. It has been so terrible that others fulfilled our space. Others came in, and it's in part our fault, and that's important that we recognize that fault. And I'm particularly concerned about the situation in Bosnia. The situation in Bosnia, where the federation is getting more and more Islamicized, Islamized by the help of Iran and now Qatar and others, and the Republika Srpska is getting more and more influenced by third countries that are not in our interests. So I think that we should have a great look, a very strong look inside the European continent, inside us, and think twice about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pavel Fischer, Czech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Simon Mordew, to be so clear about the threat from China. Yes, without China's support, Russia would have stopped fighting long ago. Without China's full support, Russia would have had to withdraw its troops to barracks back in the Russian Federation. We were too slow to respond to the Russian threat, and so we have seen Russia build strategic cooperation with Iran, North Korea, or China faster than we could have imagined 3 years ago. A victory for this strange alliance would be a major global threat. Dual use is the backbone of their cooperation. China is major supplier of drone technology both to Russia and to Ukraine. It's time to work on building a China-free strategic supply chain. When we realize that this is so important, it is time to learn the lessons of Ukraine. We cannot increase our energy dependence on authoritarian regimes, be it Russia or China, without being at their mercy. And I think that solar panels or other technologies are here to remind us how sensitive it is. Yes, I think that this is the moment to engage more on PRC-free supply chains, for instance with India or Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Toshko Hadji Todorov, Bulgaria.
Thank you. I will speak in Bulgarian. Уважаеми дами и господа, сега е момента, в който Европейския съюз трябва да направи решителни стъпки, за да осигури стабилността и сигурността на континента.
The European Union must make steps to secure European security. The framework puts an emphasis onto realism. The ideological approach so far could make way to realism. Not every war is owned by the EU. Not every conflict is ours. The defense of our union should be of prime importance, the defense of our real borders and not using buffer states. This can happen only if we can protect our own borders. Our approach must be pragmatic, aimed at protecting our European values, which are based on 3 pillars: the democracy of Athens, Roman law, and European values. Ignoring them is plain stupid, not just neglectful. We must strengthen our cooperation with the United States, because without them, the European Union and NATO, actually NATO is just a union without grounds. We won't support the voting with qualified majority regarding the European Common Security and Defense Policy. We will always oppose this because it will undermine the legitimacy of the decisions taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, EU enlargement will remain an important goal for all of us, especially with the Western Balkans countries. Enlargement policy is essential for stability in Southeast Europe. This is the best way and the best shield against Russia's hybrid attacks on this area. We need to encourage the democratic forces in North Macedonia and continue their process of accession. Years of blockade of this process provoked Euroscepticism in this country, but not only in this country. Montenegro opposition is a pro-European force, and we need to encourage them because their government is openly pro-Russian and pro-Serbian proxies. Stabilization in Bosnia and Herzegovina is also important. MP Korea Tanger explained very clearly what happens there in Bosnia. So, finally, we need to help the Serbian youth in their effort to democratize Serbian society. Why? Because the Western Balkans is in the heart of Europe, and stability of this zone is absolutely priority for all of us.
We need to understand what happens on the borders of the Kosovo. We need to secure a stability and security of Kosovo from Serbian threats. So we have instability there. Unfortunately, my country, which is neighbor of Croatia, Serbia, is a problem. We need to help them because this is our interest. This is out of all European policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tomasz Walaszek, Slovakia.
Thank you, Chairman, and many thanks to Simon Mordieu for his excellent overview, too. My point is about time. We have a tendency when it comes to defense in Europe to do the right thing, but to do it too late. This is a reference, of course, to the arms deliveries to Ukraine. Had we done the right thing shortly after February 2022, or even in the 2014 to 2022 period, Ukraine would not be in this terrible situation that it is in. And I'm afraid we're about to repeat the same mistake when it comes to the defense of the continent itself. It has been 3 years now since the second Russian aggression, 5 years since the election of Donald Trump, and here we are pleading with the European Investment Bank to please relax the funding rules so that our arms industry can benefit from better and easier accessible loans to expand production. This strikes me as a fairly simple, self-evident elementary thing that could have been done in March 2022 and not in March 2025. I'm not making the point to complain. This is a plea to those countries that continue to oppose joint funding or joint borrowing under the SAFE program to invest in the defense industries, to reconsider. Defense is a classic public good. I think there is a very strong case for the SAFE program as proposed in the white paper. If anything, it is actually not sufficient enough. It is 1/4 of the size of the Recovery and Resilience Fund, just to put it in a context. So I hope you do reconsider, and I hope we do the right thing on time this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. César Sánchez, Spain.
Muchas gracias. España afirma su compromiso, como he dicho en mi intervención anterior. Europa debe asumir un papel propositivo en el mundo.
Europe has to play an important role and has to take a stand worldwide against threats all over the globe. We have to promote our values. We have a moral and strategic obligation towards Ukraine as well. And may I emphasize that we have to have the capabilities to act early before problems occur. We have to anticipate and act preemptively. Therefore, we have to understand that there will be tensions and situations such as the ones in the southern part of the Mediterranean, where we have to anticipate, for example, consequences of migration. Threats are not always inside or in the close proximity of Europe. Some threats are really far away, and we have to have the apparatus and concepts in order to be able to detect them, define them, and structure our role.
Mr. Nikolaos Farantouris, European Parliament.
Yeah. Colleagues and friends, Europe has no choice but to strengthen its autonomy and capabilities. And for those of us who believe in Europe, this is not only a necessity under current circumstances, this is our current and our future destination in this continent. However, besides the economic and financial instruments we need to develop, we also need to take steps forward in the institutional aspects of a common security and defense policy. First and foremost, the collective guarantee of the Union's external borders. Today, the EU protects, but does not guarantee the external borders. And along these lines, it is critical to develop specific operational arrangements, that is, to develop modalities for the implementation of the mutual assistance clause under Article 42, paragraph 7 of the Treaty on European Union. And finally, as Mr. Ministro said, trust We need trust not only among us, the 27, but between the European Union and current and potential partners. How can we trust third countries that do not respect human rights, democracy, the rule of law, the international treaties, and the Treaty of Law? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arsen Bauk, Croatia.
I will speak on Croatian.
The results of only one democratic elections made us doubt and review the security framework, which we thought was good. It is NATO, and to find within the European Union new arrangements that would enable our member states stability and security. But the European Union is not designed to be a military organization, and the manner of decision-making applied today in the European Union would not be appropriate to the challenges of the security and military aspects that are posed before the European Union. So we talked about whether to decide quality majority or in consensus. We have double standards very often. If defense has become a priority, the countries which are members of NATO and candidates for the EU, such as Turkey, Montenegro, Macedonia, will they be accepted to the European Union? Can their soldiers defend us while we talk about plastic caps on our bottles or the declarations on our Nutella jars? So these are things from Brussels. We are not allowed to participate, for instance, in Althea mission. Why? Rearm Europe is a good step forward, and I think that this will ensure a better future for us. Thank you very much.
Ms. Eirini Duru, Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, dear colleagues, war, peace, and the security of Europe are now being addressed by non-Europeans. The Russians and the Americans within a new international context defined by the Trump administration deal diplomacy and the rise of a multipolar world. This new reality imposes the need for a new security framework based on a genuine common foreign policy rather than a multi-billion transition to a war economy as currently promoted by the EU leaderships, which undermines the EU social programs. We do need a new security architecture which entails building a renewed relationships with Russia based on respect for international law. From Marshal Charles de Gaulle up until Angela Merkel's memoir, it's underlined that we have to see the relation of EU with Russia without undermining the invasion to Ukraine. But we don't need a EU with double standards, because it's not only the Russian invasion. For 50 years, we have the Turkish invasion to a member state of EU. And the last 7 years after Grand Montana, who have not said anything as EU. So what I'm saying is that the EU must engage in all regional peace efforts to advocate for the cessation of hostilities and the establishment of a consensus that upholds international law, human rights, and the rule of law. From Ukraine to Gaza and from Yemen to Africa, the EU must demonstrate to the international community that it not only provides a theoretical framework for security and stability, but also offers tangible assistance in a conflict resolution, post-conflict restoration, and most importantly, conflict prevention. Thank you.
Ms. Rachid Temal, France.
Merci, je vais parler en français. Ce débat-là suppose d'abord que l'ensemble des États de l'Union européenne intègrent bien que le monde a changé, que la parenthèse heureuse post-1945 est définitivement derrière nous. Et qu'à partir de là, effectivement, la question est quelle est notre capacité de nous défendre dans un temps long, puisqu'il nous faudra du temps.
On our thinking about the long-term capability to defend ourselves. 3 strategic subjects: autonomy, based on 2 pillars. First and foremost, Europe should strive for more participation in the NATO. We understand that this is a very important framework. European countries must be willing and must go further when it comes to defending the continent, which means that we have to work in the logic where the social model and democracy should not be put in juxtaposition or conflict with funding. Who will understand that there will be budget for defense, but Europe will be less democratic, less welfare-oriented, such as other countries like China or Russia. Last but not least, parliaments must be part and parcel of this. EDIP project must be acceptable without any debates in European national parliaments. We need to, therefore, have clear links between those parliaments.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that to build up a security architecture for Europe, we have to combine at least 4 elements. The first one is how to devise a new strategy on Russia. We don't have a strategy on Russia. So far, we have had only a reactive modus vivendi, which is not the same thing. We have to decide what kind of relationship we have to have with Russia in the future, whether critical engagement or confrontation or isolation or containment. But we have to decide it. It is a prerequisite, a prealab for the rest. The second is we have to give a horizon of hope to our Ukrainian friends in order to bring them into Europe as soon as possible. The third one is we have to revisit the transatlantic link. We want to reinforce the transatlantic link, but it takes 2 to tango. We need somebody across the Atlantic in order to do so. And the fourth one is we have to set up an autonomous and strong Europe. That means, first of all, to have the capabilities to confront high-level or intensive military conflicts, not only conflict prevention and crisis management as so far. Second, we have to set up a European military headquarters with command and control and integrated change of command. And finally, we have to streamline the decision-making process. We have to use more qualified majority and less unanimity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dimitrios Mantsos, Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We live in a world where rules-based order is threatened by a more transactional form of international politics, and we as Europe have no more space for complacency. We cannot and should not outsource our security to bilateral talks or other parallel alliances and structures. We have one and only way forward to enhance and strengthen our common foreign and security policy, to forge a common front against aggression and revisionism from the north to the south, from Ukraine to the eastern Mediterranean, to create a stronger, more independent and more reliable union with strong and honest alliances based upon mutual respect of the rule of law and democracy. Recent events in Turkey are worrying and should serve as a stark reminder for Europe to re-examine its own security architecture. Europe must develop, finally, its defense policy on a fair, socially fair and realistic basis. Defense spending requirements should take into account social policy needs, education, health, social cohesion. We should not underestimate that most of the core values of Europe lie with its people's solidarity and commitment to social justice. A fairer and more prosperous Europe is a safer Europe. Thank you.
Right, thank you. It's my duty to chair the second half of this session, and I now give the floor first to our colleague, Mr. Ajubalis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear friends, as we stand at a defining moment in European security, we must acknowledge that the European Union is failing to deliver where it matters most. The war in Ukraine is not just Ukraine's fight. It's a battle for Europe's security, credibility, and geopolitical independence. And yet, when faced with a critical decision to provide 40 billion in military aid, the EU hesitated, stumbled, and ultimately failed to act decisively. Instead of demonstrating unity and leadership, key members, France, Italy, Spain, blocked the initiative. They stood in one line with Hungary, citing budgetary constraints. This is not just financial misstep. It's a political failure that sends a clear signal. Europe still cannot act without waiting for Washington's approval. By obstructing essential support for Ukraine, these states are not strengthening their sovereignty. They are reinforcing Europe's role as a subordinate actor in global affairs. Such political myopia weakens our credibility and unity. Perhaps you might argue that your voters are not prepared to support such spendings. If that is the case, it means politicians are not doing enough to convince their electorate of a...
Thank you. Next is Jan Mahnic from Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Talking about a new security framework for the European Union, I have to say that it is incredible we do not have our own strategy how to prevail in the conflict with Russia. What's more, Europe has problems in identifying the threat itself, with some exceptions in its eastern flank. Even if we do not share 100% the same view on the Russian war against Ukraine, and even less on the character and objectives of this war, at least those countries that understand the current events as an unprovoked aggression and realize that Putin's strategic objectives are to change the rules-based world order and that his strategic objectives are aimed against the whole West and not only Ukraine as such. The whole history of mankind and of warfare proves that it is impossible to win with no strategy. But unfortunately, against Russia, the West has no strategy. And if the war against Ukraine is also a war against the West, how can we prevail in this war without any strategy? And no, an overnight rise in defense spending to 3 or 4% of GDP and the military shopping hysteria without knowing what we are buying, what do we need, and potentially against whom is not a strategy.
Thank you. Next is Rihard Scholes from the European Parliament.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, I will continue from our first session on the toning down. So it was announced about the ambitious plans, the Rearm Europe. Did you know that actually in the span of 3 days, it has been relabeled? It's not anymore Rearm Europe, it's Readiness 2030. Let that sink in, why we're doing that, what message do we send? So on the defense, it's very clear that well, on the defense sovereignty, we have to do it through the scale. Really increase the demand and production, that is absolute necessity. The second one is accelerate timelines, not the ambitions. The 2028 horizon ambition or the discussion is really irrelevant in today's war. And last but not least, on the loans, on the rearm, I think we have to really ask for the grants for the member states. And what we have to really push through is the joint procurement. The very shortfalls of the EU armed forces is the lack of intercompatibility and interoperability. If we continue to have our own procurements, fragmented procurements, the defense readiness will not be there by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Rihard. Next is Ronan Le Gleu from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues. Le drame ukrainien et l'élection de Trump sonnent le réveil de l'Europe.
The Ukrainian tragedy and the election of Trump is a warning signal for Europe. Our friends from Central and Eastern Europe, we have to admit you were right. In the West, we ignored this threat for far too long. The EU is now in the middle of a hybrid confrontation with Russia. The security guarantees offered to Europe by the USA via NATO don't exist anymore in the form they used to. As a result of this, a strategic cohesion is an existential necessity for all of us. The French ambassador said that Europe becomes more de Gaulle-like and Britain becomes more European in situations like this. We have the clause of mutual defense of Article 42, Section 7 of the Treaty on the European Union, and this protects us better than Article 5 of the NATO Treaty. The idea here is for the European defense industry to benefit and for everybody being able to organize a better preparation for threats.
Thank you, Ronan Le Gleut. Next speaker is Madam Lia Procopio from Italy.
Thank you very much. Let me thank our Polish friends for their leadership in the presidency and for the warm welcome in this conference. I like this session because we are putting the fingers finally where the problem is. If it was easy to do a common defense and security policy, we would have done it already. And I agree with my friend Richards. If we just change the name, but we don't change the ambition of the European plan, we are lacking a big opportunity. And I'd like to respond also to my Lithuanian friend. We need to go big. If in some countries the issue of procurement and rearmament is, you can touch it, in some other countries you can't, and we need to be bold and creative to have all of us united in this objective. So if we are really facing unprecedented problems, we need to take unprecedented moves. We need to be bold, we need to be creative. We need to start thinking, as our Slovakian friend said, on common resources. Otherwise, only those countries that know the issue will go for it. We need to talk about also our partners. We haven't talked enough about what the UK brings into this, what Ukraine brings into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Ivan Račan from Croatia.
Thank you, dear colleagues. The world is changing, and the European Union must change its approach to security. The war in Ukraine, rising cyber threats, global power shifts have all made one thing clear. We can no longer rely on others for our defense. The new EU security framework must move from fragmented national efforts to joint capabilities, to shared intelligence, and to coordinated action. We need strategic autonomy, not to replace NATO, but to strengthen our role within it and to stand on our own when needed. This means investing in European defense industries, protecting our digital borders, and tackling all threats together. It means building a union that's not just an economic power, but a security provider at home and abroad. Security must not be a cost. It should be a foundation of our freedom, democracy, and sovereignty. We must rise to this challenge and find our place in this new changing world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Pucciarelli from Italy.
Grazie Presidente, colleghi, io parlerò in italiano. I temi di questa sessione riguardano quello che è il nuovo ciclo istituzionale dell'Europa in tema di politica estera e di difesa comune. E questo incontro avviene in un momento in cui
security policy. Now, this meeting is taking place as negotiations about a ceasefire are underway for Ukraine. But we also have to remember about the presence of China in the peacekeeping mission. This was said not to be true, but this is something that people talk about. Syria, other places around the world, genocide happening in different places of the world. We're at a very difficult juncture for foreign policy. And it was right of the chair to say that we need a wise foreign policy. In the light of all these challenges, we have to emphasize that it would have been great to have the High Commissioner, Kallas, present here. She may have been able to tell us how the Commission wants to shape these things in the future. Had she been here, we would have a very fruitful debate about our future. And this is yet another lost opportunity for all of Europe, and certainly not the first such situation. There's a next meeting in 6 months, and I hope that by that time we will have made very concrete steps. Thank you.
Next is Madame Tilay. Vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ces derniers temps, parmi les défis, on a beaucoup parlé d'instruments financiers au niveau européen.
We have been talking a lot about financial instruments that should be implemented on the European level and also domestically. But financial instruments are not the only solution. If we want to do something to actually rearm and become safer, we need more predictability for the industry. We have to know what the actual needs of the armed forces are, rather than just thinking about the economy. In order for that to happen, we have to clarify these competencies on the European level. What is under national governments and what is part and parcel of integrated policy. We have our permanent structural cooperation, and there are many projects spread among different member states. Who knows, maybe it would be a good approach to leave behind the idea that everybody has to get a piece, but instead go for effectiveness.
Thank you. Next is Margareta Cederfelt from Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable colleagues, today's discussion is very important for Europe and for the rest of the world. I would like to add one more perspective to our discussion we have here today. Russia is a threat not only to our country, to us as people, and to our values. It's also a threat to the existing organizations, to everything, not only what we are discussing here. Russia wants to close down in organizations. Russia wants to only be in contact with US, and this would be a terrible threat. I say this because there is an organization, OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation. It has 57 member countries, 15 observer countries. It was based during the Cold War, when it was Soviet and US. It's based on the European Security Order. Russia wants to close down this organization. Don't let them do it, because if we do so, we will miss the opportunity for all the work that OSCE do on democracy, on security, on economy, on climate. And that's exactly what Russia wants, to stop the relations between Central Asia, European countries, the transatlantic countries. And that would also be a threat to Europe, to NATO. We need to stand up for our values, for organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague Cederfelt. Next is our colleague Motuzas from Lithuania.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In the current geopolitical situation, Ukraine's accelerated accession to the European Union is a geostrategic investment in peace, security and stability on our continent, as well as a driver for increasing EU's geopolitical weight and upholding the European values. Moreover, Ukraine's accession to the European Union is also one of the most valuable security guarantees the EU can provide for Ukraine. To mobilize the commitment and move forward with the accession negotiations more effectively, we suggest setting a target date no later than January 1st, 2030, for Ukraine's accession to EU. This deadline would encourage key reforms and integration efforts, Right now, the priority is opening Cluster 1, Fundamentals, in negotiations with a goal to start all 6 clusters by the end 2025. While stressing the importance of merit-based principle in the accession process and the need for unanimous decision by the Council to provisionally close each negotiation chapter, which suggests supporting a qualified majority voting in some interim steps of the opening of negotiations clusters as proposed in German-Slovenian non-paper last year. Therefore, we call your countries to support this important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is our colleague Thionnet from the European Parliament.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues de toute l'Europe, dans son discours d'ouverture, le maréchal Holovnia a rappelé qu'il était né sous l'ancien régime soviétique.
The Speaker of the Sejm, Holovnia, mentioned in his keynote speech that he was born under communism, and for many people in this part of Europe believe that everything that coming from Western Europe was better and nicer. Now this period is over. I was born in France in the 1990s. For many Europeans, the dominant mentality was the EU is all about an open world with no borders, a world that rejects violence and force. We delegated our security to the USA. Now we're paying a price for this carelessness. We cannot go back. It is very clear that the US is looking mostly towards China, and we can't just hope for a different, for another change in the States. Europe doesn't have to act against the interests of the States, but we should act independently of the USA. It's a very bad attitude that we can only do things together with the States. We have to be autonomous, and I'm convinced that we have the right wherewithal to do this, and we can go it on our own.
Thank you. Next is our colleague Lindberg from Finland.
Thank you, Chair. The timing for Rearm Europe, SAFE, and the Defense White Book, they are perfect. But Rearm Europe is borrowing money against the EU budget. The other 650 billion is spending national budgets for defense, and then you have the cohesion funds which are being already allocated, so you can reallocate them, but they are not, you know, divided by or sent by security reasons. And in the current MFF, you have 10 billion euros out of the 1.8 trillion. And what is here is that nearly 100 billion is earmarked for defense in the next 7-year EU budget. And I'm asking that is there going to be a change in the Lisbon Treaty limitations for buying defense equipment and military equipment? So is it more flexible in the future? And then I'm thinking about the street credibility of EU. This is 100 billion out of what, 1 trillion after 2028, and it's for 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Monsieur Herbillon pour la France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Depuis la fin de la guerre froide, jamais notre environnement stratégique
Thank you,
n'a
Mr.
été aussi
Chair.
instable, ni
Chairman,
aussi
since the
menaçant.
end of the
L'agression
Cold
de l'Ukraine
War,
par la
our
Russie
political
a
environment has never
brutalement
been
fait
more
une illusion,
aggressive
celle
or
d'une Europe à
unstable.
l'abri des conflits.
The aggression
Nous devons regarder cette réalité en face.
against Ukraine
Dans ce
has
monde de
put an end
puissance,
to
l'Europe
the
ne peut
illusion
plus
in
se
Europe, and now we have to
contenter d'être un
face
espace
the
économique
threat
prospère.
right in the face,
Elle
and
doit
Europe cannot
aussi
be
être une puissance de
satisfied
sécurité. Et surtout, elle doit
with
se
being
préparer
just
à
a space
l'éventualité
of
désormais plausible
economy. It has to
d'avoir à se
be
défendre seul.
a defense
Nous ne souhaitons pas,
space,
bien sûr, de
and it
rupture
has to
transatlantique.
get
C'est
ready
notre
for the
responsabilité
eventuality
de
that it
comprendre que
will
la
have to
sécurité
defend
ne se
itself
délègue pas.
on its
Être
own.
indépendant,
We
c'est
have
d'abord
to.
être
We
capable de
we
se
cannot
défendre
distrust
par soi-même.
North Atlantic alliances, but we cannot think in terms of delegating the responsibility of our self-defense. After decades of indecision, we are now coming together to respond to the strong call, and decisions are being made in Europe in the right direction, strengthening the industrial base and ramping up the drone deployment in defense protection. But common procurement and joint preparations, these are adequate measures on the condition that we are determined and we have the political will and that we will leave the area of hesitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is our colleague Wieninger from Austria.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, the strategic challenge in the coming years is clear. We must be ready for the possibility of a conflict with a third state while simultaneously harnessing every available tool to prevent such an escalation. This means deploying all our resources to avoid war at all costs. As laid out in the 2022 Strategic Compass, NATO and the United Nations are our key strategic partners. Yet today, these organizations are facing serious questions about their roles and effectiveness. Against this backdrop, we must ask ourselves, at the very heart of the EU, what conflict prevention and resolution mechanisms we can put in place to ensure that war remains a distant, unthinkable option. While we continue to build up military deterrence, it seems that the second pillar of war prevention is missing. This is not acceptable. The people of the EU deserve both dimensions of security, defensive strength and robust conflict prevention, to ensure they are spared from the horrors of war. Therefore, we must also address the topic of conflict prevention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Edward Zamet-Lewis from Malta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was mentioned the urgent call to work together, but I believe time is pressing and time is of essence, as has been already mentioned, and we have to speak with one voice and show a quick response. Not only a single market, we have to aspire towards a single security based on we know already our European values, non-aggression, territorial integrity, sincere cooperation, rule of law, respect for human rights, in Article 2 and 4 of the treaty. There needs, in a new security framework, there needs to be more influence of national parliament in a structured and regular dialogue with the institutions. The national parliaments are the institutions most closely to the European citizens. The third thing, a coherent and comprehensive strategy has to include not only the security concerns in the eastern flank, which are a big priority, but the southern neighborhood, which is important, and obviously from Malta, we mentioned Libya, Syria, the Sahel, which are interconnected, and this to avoid a coherent and encompassing strategy will avoid to prevent instability from one region to another region of Europe. Malta, we are a neutral country, but however, it doesn't mean that we are complacent and we don't react. In fact, we reacted together with our European friends, EU friends, to these crises. The last point, Malta prepares for the presidency for the Council of Europe, and an important subject is the empowerment of our youths in more conflict prevention and diplomacy. And therefore, I believe that it's an important subject, because if we invest in our youth, we will have a brighter.
Thank you very much. Next is our colleague Martina Itis from Lithuania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to use this opportunity once again to thank our Polish host for this wonderful organization and very warm welcoming. And to start about a new European security framework. Whatever priorities and challenges we are speaking about, first of all, we have to make sure our ability to act and not to only react in the coming threats. We're still talking about a wake-up call. Ladies and gentlemen, what other wake-up call do we need when there are bombs falling in Ukraine, when 100,000 civilians are fleeing through our borders. Several years ago, we have faced another crisis. I speak about COVID. And in that time, when hundreds of people were dying in our hospitals, we showed our unity and ability to provide all the necessary medicaments and vaccination as soon as possible. And today, again, if we are not able to provide any necessary equipment to Ukraine, we have to make sure that our eastern borders are properly defended. Whatever we're talking about a European Armament 2030, but we all understand that for some necessary military equipment to make sure our necessary deterrent, we need 5, or in some cases even 10 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to make sure once again that when Putin is feeling our weaknesses, he will test it, and only our strength and unity may provide our security. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dagbjörn Hakonardóttir from Iceland.
Mr. Chair, I must commence my message by upholding unwavering support to the Ukrainian nation when deciding on the future of Ukraine. It goes without saying that Ukraine must have a seat at the table. This is non-negotiable. This, however, also applies to other areas that neighbor the European Union, and namely the Arctic area and Greenland, which has a small population of less than 60,000 people, but nevertheless has a strong identity as an autonomous country under the territory of Denmark. Well, the EU member states and the stakeholders that are here with us today, they must use their voice to recognize and uphold Greenland's fundamental right to self-determination. Nothing about Greenland without Greenland. The EU must act not only as a neighbor, but as a partner. Greenland needs support in building the capacity to engage in international diplomacy as an autonomous country and to ensure its voice is heard on the world stage, clearly and confidently. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Niels Ole Forshaug from Norway.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank our Polish hosts for their hospitality here in Warsaw. In these turbulent times, dialogue, discussions, and debates with European colleagues are even more crucial than ever. The security situation in Europe has become more challenging and unstable. Norway and EU already cooperate closely in many security policy areas. Norway and the EU signed a new agreement on defense and security policy cooperation in May 28, 2024. Norway welcomes the new white paper on the future of European defense, Readiness 2030. Europeans must invest more in defense, strengthen capabilities, and take a proactive approach to security. Norway shares this ambition. Norway is a full partner in EU defense program through its contribution to the EU budget. Norway can now participate in the common procurements, and EU-funded projects can procure from Norwegian industry. Norwegian defense industry plays an important role in the supply chain of European defense industry. We believe that our competition industry and defense research communities can bring valuable contributions on the table. Thank you.
Thank you to our Norwegian colleague. Next is Hulusi Akar from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and dear colleagues. The rising competitions, rivalries, military escalations, and wars pose profound challenges and threats to all of us. In this security environment, the EU should fulfill its long-standing commitments by actively involving all non-EU allies in its security and defense initiatives. However, despite being a key contributor to European security, Turkey continues to be systematically excluded from the EU defense efforts, including those related to Ukraine, such as the European Defence Agency, the European Peace Facility, and the Permanent Security Cooperation. As the EU accession process remains a main goal for Turkey, despite provocations and the baseless allegations raised by certain members, weakening the unity of Europe. Building a sustainable relationship between Turkey and the EU based on the long-term strategic vision, fairness, constructive dialogue, and the mutual trust will undoubtedly be beneficial for all. As for Cyprus issue, Turkey remains committed to fostering security and stability on the island under the Treaty of the Guarantee Agreements and treaties, and it was the Greek Cypriot side who rejected the solution in the Annan Plan in 2004 and left the table in Crans-Montana in 2017. The EU, meanwhile, we are closely monitoring the following talks between the US and Russia, which seem to be promising, and we are ready to assist in the negotiation process for a just and lasting solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Baroness Joyce Annalay of St John's, please.
I'd like to refer colleagues to the white paper produced by the European Commission, and in particular to Section 8. I don't think that will surprise the Chair. It describes the UK as an essential European ally which cooperation on defence should be enhanced in mutual interest, starting with a potential security and defence partnership. The European Affairs Committee of the House of Lords, of which I am a member, opened an inquiry 3 months ago into the UK government's plan to reset the UK's relationship with the EU in a positive manner. The evidence given to our committee supports the White Paper's view that bilateral security and defence cooperation can expand, ranging from external crisis management to defence industrial policies. It is indeed vital to have close cooperation amongst all European countries in the face of Russian aggression, and I hope that will include changing the EU's third-party rules to allow closer EU-UK defence industrial cooperation. Development with and procurement from non-EU partners, as mentioned by a colleague from Norway, brings potential advantages of scale, speed, and increased capabilities. Our joint security will be strengthened by such a move. Thank you.
Baroness, thank you very much. I now give the floor to our friend from Moldova, Ina Coșeru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished colleagues, today we find ourselves at a crucial moment of retailoring our European security. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has reminded us at a tragic cost that peace and stability can never be taken for granted. In this context, the common foreign and security policy must adapt quickly to our new geopolitical realities and provide a firm response to emerging challenges. And enlargement should be one of the key elements of the new European security architecture, with a gradual integration on a merit-based approach. The Transnistrian region has remained a strategic tool used by Russian Federation to maintain instability and block Moldova's European aspirations for decades. Thus, we understand better than others the danger of frozen conflicts, working now with the European partners on the objective of the country's reintegration. Energy dependence has also been used as a political weapon, and the lesson is clear. The European Union must continue its efforts to diversify energy resources and support vulnerable states. Moldova remains firmly committed to the European path and supports the consolidation of a robust and resilient security strategy. Now it is time to act together, strengthen cooperation, and send a clear message. Europe's security is not negotiable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Mimi Cordeli from Albania. Okay, then we move on to Admir Adrovic from Montenegro.
Dear colleagues,
the geopolitical landscape of Europe has been fundamentally altered since the outbreak of Russian aggression in Ukraine. The European Union and its member states have adopted a more serious approach to matters of security and enlargement. What we are witnessing today is a renewed sense of urgency and openness toward to the Western Balkans, a region that has long awaited its opportunity to join the European fold. This shift was not a result of sudden advancement in the Western Balkans. Rather, it stems from the growing realization of the real dangers posed by external influences of the EU's borders, particularly in regions like the Western Balkans. One of the 7 priorities of the new European Commission explicitly focuses on enlargement. This vision not only aims to make Europe larger but also stronger on the global stage. Montenegro, as an example, showcases what the progress looks like. As a NATO member state, Montenegro has aligned with the EU's foreign and security policies for over decades and is a good position to become a new member state by the 2028. This union's readiness for the inclusion is not just about geopolitics, it is about fortifying Europe against destabilization forces. A united, secure, and resilient European Union is our best defense against hybrid threats. Let us continue to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Fuat Oktay from Turkey.
Thank you. The international system and world is undergoing deep transformations. Certain attempts for achieving a strategic EU defense framework is underway. These attempts must not proceed at the expense of NATO and the security of some non-EU countries, especially the EU candidate countries. A defense and security approach based on unilateralism, double standards, and externalization will no doubt create major challenges that will threaten the European security architecture. It is Turkey, as a democratic country governed by the rule of law, is indispensable in the security architecture of Europe. It is important that Turkey's contributions in this field should be recognized. Diplomatic efforts should be coordinated for finding a solution to the Ukraine-Russia war, as well for the establishment of peace and stability in the Middle East. In this regard, peace and stability in the Middle East can only be achieved by finding a just and equitable solution to the Palestine issue based on the two-state solution. With regards to Cyprus, it is the Turkish Cypriots who have been the victims of Greek Cypriot atrocities. Today, Turkish Cypriots are still suffering from the isolation forced upon them, similar to the Palestinians in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Milovan Drecun from Serbia.
Govorit ću na srpskom jeziku da bi me kolege sa Balkana
so that my colleagues from the Balkan can understand me better. Is it possible to build an efficient new security framework based on respect for international law and territorial integrity? It's a question for all of you. Everyone here is in favor of respecting international law and territorial integrity when we're talking about Ukraine. But is everyone in favor of the same principle of respect for international law and territorial integrity of Serbia? Twice this principle was brutally violated. Once, when NATO, without the approval of the UN Security Council in 1999, bombarded us and committed terrible crimes. And the second time, when many countries from which you come recognized the unilaterally declared independence of Kosovo. This is the wrong approach to international law. Then we've heard a colleague from Opera from Croatia who twice spoke about Serbia targeting as a kind of Russian proxy state because Serbia is pursuing pursuing its independent policy. It's a partner country for NATO. It's on the path to membership. He spoke about internal processes in Serbia that the opposition wants to use to come to power contrary to the will of the people. A key principle of democracy to be repealed in the streets, is that it? No, that's not democracy. But the colleague from Croatia gave us lessons on how to conduct hybrid activities of Croatia aimed against the Republic of Serbia. And some of you even applauded him for that. The disinformation campaign that he demonstrated today should go down in history to be studied as an example of hybrid action against country.
The next speaker is Miloš Pizorica from Montenegro.
Dear colleagues, I have to react to some of misinformation that has been heard about the character and role of the government and the opposition in Montenegro. I will just remind you that the main constituent of the current opposition was in power for 3 full decades, from 1990 to 2020, and the period during which tragic wars took place on territory of the former Yugoslavia. Speaking of EU, during their rule since opening negotiations with EU in 2008, Montenegro managed to close only 3 chapters in 12 years. On the other hand, the current majority and the government have also closed 3 chapters in just 1 year, secured the positive IBAR and accession to the SEPA, and maintained 100% alignment with the common foreign and security police of the European Union. This was also confirmed a few weeks ago in the United Nations when Montenegro voted in the full harmony with the EU majority position regarding the resolution of Ukraine. So the facts speak for themselves. It's clear who is really pro-European in Montenegro. I ask respected colleagues to rely on facts in their statements and not on personal preferences or political sympathies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was last voice from our debate. We finish our session. The next one, the third session, we will start.
Simon Morgan needs to wrap up.
Pardon? Sorry. Mr. Simon Mordi for the fifth.
Many thanks. I think in Budapest, the chair was slightly annoyed with me for speaking too short when I wrapped up. But as I'm standing between all of you and lunch, I'll be very short this time. Maybe just let me pick up on a few of the key themes that came up. First, defence. If I can echo the speaker who said sometimes in the European Union, we only move when it's 5 minutes to midnight. We saw that with COVID. We've seen that at times with the Economic Union. I think in the defence sector, we're at 5 minutes past midnight and we need to move fast. It's not just about the volume or level of the expenditure. Frankly, at times it's about the quality of the expenditure. We get shockingly poor value for money in Europe on our defence expenditure. We have a market that's fragmented. We don't really have a consolidated approach to procurement. And I think one thing that will be important as we move forward is try and get a much more efficient market so that actually our expenditure translates directly into enhanced capabilities. I think from some of the funding that we're going to have available at an EU level, looking at things such as joint procurement and a consolidation of our market will be essential. I think Ukraine has a hugely important role to play, not just because Ukraine is effectively the theatre that is likely to determine the future international architecture of security arrangements in Europe, but actually there's an awful lot that we can modestly learn from Ukraine. If we look at some of what has happened on the industrial production of drones and innovative military technologies, we've seen a quantum leap, and I think it's hugely important that we're able to work hand in hand together. Today, we probably spend something like 60 to 70% of EU military funding on US products. That translates directly into jobs, growth, prosperity for the US defense industry and the US people. And I think if we want to have a societal acceptance of more defence expenditure at the European Union that we badly need, we also need to translate that into more jobs, growth, prosperity and orders for European Union and European defence producers. A word perhaps on just and sustainable peace in Ukraine. I think the reality is, if we're being cynical, there's probably nobody or very few people in this room that can imagine a scenario in which President Putin sits across a table from President Zelensky and says, well, Vladimir, we've had our differences. Now I would just like to wish you and the Ukrainian people a successful journey towards becoming a democratic, liberal, prosperous state of the European Union. It ain't going to happen. The war did not start 3 years ago. The war started more than 10 years ago. And if we don't have a just and sustainable peace, it will not be about Ukraine alone. It's about Moldova. It's about the European Union. And I think it's also about, if we want to be serious in supporting the Ukrainian people with the reconstruction of Ukraine and supporting them on their membership towards the European Union, well, which investor is going to rapidly move to invest up to 500 billion euro in Ukraine if they don't have a certainty that Mr. Putin will not be coming back for a fourth bite at the cherry? So let's make this right, and let's make this a just and sustainable peace, which is also about our peace, and it's about defending the values on which the European Union was founded, which many of you have also raised in the context of the debate upon enlargement. I don't think we should shy away from defending those values. I don't think we should shy away from insisting upon the necessity of those values at the heart of our enlargement project. I think there's nothing contradictory about engaging more politically with the enlargement process, but doing so in a way that actually reinforces the importance which we attach to all of our values. One or two of you mentioned China. China is clearly a partner when we think about issues such as climate change, with whom we have to engage. China's emissions in only the ceramics, steel and aluminium sectors alone equate to the total emissions by the European Union. But it's also true that China has been the major supplier of battlefield goods to Russia in its war of aggression against Ukraine. More than 70% of those battlefield goods have come from China, and this is one of the reasons why a number of Chinese entities have also been sanctioned. I think it's also fair to say I don't buy the narrative that China has been neutral in this war. Quite clearly, they've not been providing the same support or assistance in battlefield goods to Ukraine. On migration, I think, Mr. Sanchez, you mentioned that. I think it's hugely important that we engage with our partners in migration in a comprehensive manner, not just looking at the prevention of irregular departures in a highly focused manner, but talking to them about the broad range of our partnership and being able to engage also on topics such as legal migratory pathways. And I end just with a word on the MFF, which I think, Mr. Lindberg, you mentioned. As I said in my speech, I suspect the MFF is going to be the most difficult negotiations we've ever had. If we look at, for example, the repayment of the Next Generation EU interest rates, we're at about 28 billion euro come 2028 per year. The Ninisto report, I think, very convincingly set out a case for why plus minus 20% of our next MFF needs to go for security, defence and preparedness. And we also have seen in the Draghi and the letter reports how much we need to invest in our competitiveness. So something has to give. Either one increases the level of funding at an EU level, or one starts to also look at solutions such as a more credible own resources. But at the moment, the budget is not able to deal with the complexity of the world we face and the challenges we face. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I close the session. The next one is 3:15. We will start with the next third session. Before 3:15, we have the lunch, so invitation for lunch, and parliamentarians I invite for the family photo on the stars behind me. Thank you very much.
ktoś im mówił, żeby nie włączyć.
Zadzwonimy dzwonkiem teraz.
Nie, dzwonkiem nie, to myślę, że to jest ten, bo to jest dzwonek, tylko włączam za głosowanie, to nie jest taki straszny.
Wiem, ale to już było. Dzisiaj chodził ten dzwonek już parę razy. Chodził jak sygnał tam do w ogóle tej sali południowej, że tam w ogóle tego sygnału w ogóle nie słychać. Ja dopiero wchodzę na salę.
Mam zadzwonić do gości, żeby włączyć ten dzwonek.
Tak, na minutę. Nie, na minutę nie będzie. Tak, słychać.
Jeszcze napiszę do kolegów, żeby zagadali tutaj. Chyba kompetentna osoba jest, żeby włączyć ten dzwonek. Ten taki przód, który włączamy normalnie przy głosowaniach. Tak jest.
Listę mamy, zobaczymy, czy będziemy coś zmieniać.
Nie, 30 osób, półtorej minuty, nie zmieniamy.
Tylko jak włączy ten dzwonek, to też się uberły wszystkich pośrednimi.
No to dobrze.
15 zaczynamy, tak? 15 jeszcze tak, może połączę, ale ten lunch, słuchajcie, to mi tak. Nie byłeś, Tomek. Całe szkołami, czyli Robertem, wiem, że wszyscy przyszli. To samo Robert powiedział, daj mu spokój, jak coś ciszy, spokojnie. Dobra. Ja już
Znałem się na tych imprezach.
no słuchaj, ja
Mogę teraz się na to trochę z boku popatrzeć, nie angażować się w lunch.
Wiem o co chodzi. Powiem Ci, że kiedyś, zaraz tak będę ustawić. Już kiedyś było tak, że rzeczywiście jak się człowiek wchodził w selekcję pierwszy raz, to było coś nowego, bo coś innego. Każdy chyba mówi to samo. No mniej więcej, no tu leży swobodnie, przetrzymali, zatrudnili na wiecznie, no gdzieś tam pseudonimy, nakarmili. Ale po kuluarach byli niezadowoleni. Bardzo.
Now I chair here on my own, yeah? There's 30 speakers, which is less than the previous. Speakers are here. 29.
30 mówców mamy, tak? Mamy po państwie 30 mówców.
We would have before here.
Mr. Chairman, ask one question. Sure. We don't know the date. I think the question just there is, it will make a big difference in terms of whether you're going or whether you're not going, whether it could be a late or not. I'm not really not interested in going to okay.
Or do I have to? Well, what do you mean it depends? Why don't you look for a date when I can still decide?
We will then put it somehow. I mean, it's also one of the things that what the groups need to decide whether they really want to have 5-member delegation there. I mean, do they want to use that much of their quota for that and so on? So we'll leave it somehow wishy-washy.
No, just lock them.
Can I help you with this? They're even, more difficult to move than the ones that we have in the European Parliament. This is better.
Cross fingers. You don't mind?
Widzę, że marszałek chce przejąć przewodnictwo.
Uderzył się w kolano i dlatego przesunął na środek, bo trójkę prowadziliśmy i mówię, że jeszcze raz się uderzy, będzie na mnie. Więc dobrze to zależy. Wszystkiego dobrego.
Śmiało, to nic nie przeszkadza. Ile mamy zgłoszeń?
one? So, good afternoon. I hope you've all had a wonderful lunch break. I suggest that we continue now with our third panel, and I have the honor of chairing this on my own. Dear colleagues, I think it's safe to say that the transatlantic relations have entered a decisive and crucial phase. It is therefore extremely timely that we debate this issue this afternoon. With the new administration of President Trump in Washington, we are witnessing a rapid shift in global dynamics. I don't have to tell you this. As European Union, we must act decisively while maintaining essential cooperation with the United States wherever we can. We shouldn't fall into alarmism or lose sight of both our pragmatism and our strategic vision. But I do hope that the support for the international rules-based order, our engagement in NATO, assistance to Ukraine, and our commitment to fair trade will remain central to our shared interests. To prepare our debate, we have with us two very distinguished guest speakers, whom I welcome warmly. First of all, Mr. Władysław Teofil Bartoszewski, the Secretary of State at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and secondly, Ms. Katarzyna Pisarska, the chairwoman of the Warsaw Security Forum. So without any further ado, I would like to give the floor first to Secretary of State Bartoszewski to speak to us for 10 minutes, and afterwards I will give the floor to Ms. Pisarska, also for 10 minutes. So we kick off with Mr. Bartoszewski. The floor is yours, sir.
Mr. Chairman, dear panie posłanki, panowie posłowie, będę mówił po polsku, bo mamy doskonałe
Polish because we understand, have excellent interpreters. Poland has not had any foreign policy, or had not had its own foreign policy until 1990 because we were enslaved by the Soviet Union. Following 1990, however, for a dozen years or so, foreign policy was done on behalf of and for the state, the country. Political parties were in fact agreeing on everything that was foreign policy in nature. And the consensus was about the fact that the entire political class believed Poland's accession into the NATO and the EU was fundamental, was our raison d'être, and was a condition precedent, and indeed we did both. Ever since, Poland has consistently implemented multilateral security policy in two major dimensions, the NATO and the EU. It may therefore come as a surprise, or it may not come as a surprise, rather, that one of the pivotal issues that Poland addresses during its presidency of the European Union until June this year, for Poland to discuss the need to maintain a strong alliance on the transatlantic axis. That means a tighter collaboration between Poland and the United States and the European Union and the United States. The global security environment has been targeted by opposition, by opponents, and has been under attack in general. The rising ambitions of China that says that South China Sea, 90% of it is owned by China. Global conflicts and economic turbulence calls for a common and concerted response. On both sides of the Atlantic, we have new unconventional threats to security which have emerged recently or have become intensified, such as cyber attacks. And within the European Union, Poland is the target of the largest number of cyber attacks from international players, several of them. The attribution is to China in most cases, to Russia as well, but most of the cases are Chinese-made. The increase of hybrid threats, I don't like the expression myself, but when we have fires breaking up in a number of places in Poland, for example, in the largest retail center, mainly used by Vietnamese merchants, which is attributed to GRU, the Russian military intelligence, which is better and better document, or the recent fire at Heathrow. It's under investigation at the moment to identify who's behind it. And the SNCF TGV incidents during the Olympic Games had also been caused by the Russians, all the explosions in the Czech Republic or Bulgaria. This is war conducted with the use of different means. That's terrorism, that's sabotage. And only by working together and acting together can we face this phenomenon. So we have to collaborate. The transatlantic partnership, as any other partnership, requires the efforts on both sides in order to develop it and to strengthen it. Europe, which has become clear, and we are very open about this in capitals and in Brussels, needs to increase its deterrence capabilities, and it has to take more responsibility for its security and defense. The American postulate, ever since, actually repeated ever since Clinton, that has been the postulate, or that has been the expectation from America towards Europe, and currently Europe is taking that responsibility seriously. Now, the European potential is enormous. However, we have to put it to use in the right manner. The EU spent 3 times less than the US last year, even though our economies and populations are comparable. This is unacceptable. I can quote the Minister of the National Defense, Mr. Conu from France, who said that France should prioritize expenditure defenses over any other expenditures. This is necessary. Mr. Macron said that we should spend 5% of our GDP for defense. So we are going in the right direction, but time is of the essence, and we do not have a lot of that, because we have to legitimize our actions, and we have to legitimize our deterrence potential. We are ready to play the leadership role. Last year we spent 3.2%, and this year the new budget has been agreed, where 4.7% is earmarked for defense. In absolute numbers, out of 32 members in the NATO, Poland is at number 5 in terms of the absolute spending on defense and cash. So that is the position that we're going to hold for years to come. I cannot imagine Poland spending less than 5%. Now, that obviously strengthens the transatlantic collaboration because the US attaches great importance to this proportion, how much people actually spend on defense in Europe.
Naszym priorytetem jest również to, i jest to priorytet niezmienny,
our unchanging priority is to ensure that our economies develop harmoniously on both ends of the Atlantic, not because of historic ties, which we do have, but it's because it's good business. It makes sense. Our economies are advanced. The EU and the US are the biggest mutual investment partners. Together, they represent 30% of international trade. European economy employs 3.5 million Americans, and 1 million more depends on trade with Europe. The total volume of trade between us, and that goes back to 2023, is estimated at 1.6 trillion euros. Poland deeply believes that Europe and North America are mutually essential for each other, and transatlantic collaboration is beneficial on both both sides of the Atlantic. And we believe that both parties will come to an agreement soon, also in the area of trade. The imposition of tariffs on some of the goods with the European Union is an inadequate step forward, or step maybe not necessarily forward to us. If that agreement between Europe and the US is for some reason impossible, we will, in the economic or in the trade dimension, we will make sure that this does not spill over other dimensions. Now, we should never be blinded by things away from our key goal, and that is mutual trust and collaboration gives us security. So we always raise the relations as something that is absolutely a win-win for both of us. We cannot stop involving ourselves in building dialogues and accords. It is our priority that we should be active in many areas where our interests coincide, and we must never forget about the basics, the values that we share, including the strengthening of freedom and democracy worldwide. Only together can we be strong, well-equipped, and able to withstand challenges. The world rests on the fundamental values that are cherished by the US and the European Union alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State Bartoszewski. And now I have the special pleasure to give the floor to Katarzyna Pisaska.
Mr. Chairman, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. To begin our debate, let me first be honest. We do owe America. For nearly 80 years, Pax Americana has been the backbone of Europe's peace and prosperity. From the devastation of the Second World War to the existential threats the continent has faced during the Cold War, and in 2022 to a united response to Russia's invasion in Ukraine of Ukraine, the transatlantic alliance, under the leadership of the United States, has not just shaped Europe, it has shaped the world. To give you some facts and numbers, 13 billion was the sum of the Marshall Plan in 1948, which adjusted to today's inflation is $160 billion. a historic investment that rebuilt Europe and has laid the foundation for the European Union. NATO, the greatest military alliance in history, was established to keep the Soviet Union at bay. And at the height of the Cold War, the United States has actually stationed in Europe over 300,000 troops to protect us. Even after the Cold War, the Americans did not walk away. Despite preliminary hesitation, and here in Poland we remember this very well, the United States has embraced NATO enlargement, correcting the wrongs of the 1945 Yalta Agreement and ensuring the security of countries such as Poland, the Baltic states, Romania, and so many more. And since 1994, the United States has continued investing into the NATO eastern flank, spending over $20 billion, which includes also the stationing of 10,000 American troops today in Poland. So yes, we have to acknowledge we do owe America. But having said that, we also must confront a new reality. America cannot and will not guarantee Europe's security as we move forward. The writing has been there on the wall for a very long time. It's not a sudden shift. No one here is surprised. From Obama's pivot to Asia to the growing skepticism across both parties about defending Europe to the American overstretch around the globe, these signs were very clear. And frankly, should we expect that 340 million Americans carry the burden of defending a continent of 500 million Europeans against a Russia that is only 140 million of citizens? Americans are asking today these questions, and Europe has yet to answer. But beyond these long-term trends, there is also a very uncomfortable, immediate reality we must confront. For the first time in the history, the occupant of the White House might not see Europe, the transatlantic alliance, or NATO as vital for US national interest. And many of us here, talking in the corridors, deeply worry about President Trump's admiration for Vladimir Putin and of his record of undermining NATO, actions which embolden our adversaries and shake confidence in American commitments. And of course, these are not just words. We saw this in the last weeks to come. The US administration was willing and able to delay critical military aid to Ukraine, using it as a political bargaining chip, while adopting at the same time Kremlin talking points questioning the legitimacy of Ukraine's struggle for sovereignty. So let me ask you here on this floor, what happens if the White House is no longer on our side? And here is the uncomfortable truth. Despite all the warnings, Europe is not ready to defend itself. The US has provided nearly 70% of NATO defense spending. It maintains 60,000 troops in Europe. We rely on American intelligence, surveillance, air missile defense, everything. But as war potentially draws closer, and if we feel it here in Warsaw as almost nobody as much, we must confront the harsh truth that we might find ourselves home alone. And for that very reason, we truly have to wake up. There were many speeches today on this floor, many interventions, and many great ideas, but the new reality requires first and foremost clearly defining the nature of the threat. We must recognize, and we must recognize together, that Russia is not just another challenge we face. It is a direct threat to everything we stand for: democracy, sovereignty, and peace. And second, we must act now. We must give Ukraine whatever it needs, not only to stand up to Putin in this war of aggression, but also to negotiate from a position of strength. And to that, we should confiscate, as Europe, the 200 billion euros in frozen Russian state assets and use them for Ukrainian defense before Russia receives this money back and uses it against us. Third, we must remember that Russia is not invincible. It has lost wars in the future, actually many of them. And let's be clear, Russia is no longer a superpower. It is a declining empire waging a colonial war it cannot afford to lose, but at the end it also cannot really afford to win. I remind you, we're talking about almost 1 million casualties for Russia controlling only 20% of Ukraine after a 3-year war. 3 years ago, Russia controlled 30% of Ukraine's territory, so it actually had to backtrack. So it is not Russia's strength that is sustaining this war. It is our hesitation and our weakness to support Ukraine. And last, but not last, definitely not least, I urge you, although we are here at the conference about the European Union, we should not abandon NATO. NATO is no longer just an American project. It is a collective security guarantee of 32 member states, the majority of which are European. And it is our responsibility to withhold the promise of the transatlantic alliance and of NATO itself by increasing defense spending, where 2% is the floor and not the ceiling, but also by building European defense industrial capacities that strengthen NATO and not weaken it. So ladies and gentlemen, as a committed transatlanticist myself, I want to believe America will be back as our partner and as our ally. As the saying goes, the US has tried to leave Europe behind more times than Europe has tried to build an army. None of us has succeeded. But hope is no strategy. To wait is to gamble, and Europe cannot afford to gamble with its future. A stronger Europe will not weaken NATO, it will strengthen it, because true allies do not expect others to bear its burden, they are willing to carry it itself. So for decades, the US has been carrying Europe's security. Now it is our own time to stand up and defend ourselves. Thank you very much. I'm very much looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Katarzyna, also for your statement. And now, colleagues, we have roughly 1 hour and 15 minutes time for an exchange of views. Once again, it will be 1.5 minutes each per speaker. And for those of you who might not be aware, 1.5 minutes is 90 seconds. And with these housekeeping comments, we can now kick off. And the first speaker is our colleague, Mr. Jensen from Denmark. So, Mr. Jensen is not there, then Salt Nimit is once again the first.
Thank you very much, David. And I would like to express my gratitude to the two speakers and greetings on behalf of the Hungarian National Assembly. There is a major question, dear colleagues, in the past couple of months in the international arena in Europe, whether Donald Trump is producing chaos or there is an organization in his thinking. And I think both approach has some truth in it, but I would say that basically Donald Trump is producing organized chaos. And this organized chaos means that his instruments are basically coming from the business sector. And now, for many of us, the key question is the peace and the ceasefire. And I have not heard strong support in the past couple of minutes and not the daytime and unequivocal support towards the efforts of Donald Trump. So I would like to tell you our opinion, the Hungarian opinion. We think that we should put aside the anti-US sentiments. We should put aside the ideological opposition, and we should give 100% support to the efforts of Donald Trump's peace efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is our colleague Koskinen from Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Katarzyna Pisarska spoke about, in this current turbulence, we ask ourselves what to do to have a clearer picture what will happen in the coming years. Of course, we have to support Ukraine and strengthen this support. We have to strengthen deterrence towards Russia, as we have spoken already in 2 plenaries here. And then the way we have to follow is to expand our military spending, GDP percentage targets, and in a way find the right ways to finance our needed new capabilities. I would look at this with 2-pillar approach, that we have to be both decisive, united, and innovative in the short run during Trump administration and in the long run for decades ahead. And we need actions both in this European pillar and transatlantic cooperation inside NATO and also with other partners. We have to have good cooperation with actors like United Kingdom, Norway, Turkey, Canada, and so on in the field of defense and comprehensive security. And we have to be very active, proactive in the NATO defense planning which is going on to find the right targets, the substance where we need more capabilities. And we have to create a gradual transformation inside NATO so that this European pillar gets stronger, but at the same time, US maintains vital role in the alliance. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is our colleague Pasquale de la Parte from the European Parliament.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the 2 speakers for their very, very interesting insights. I am a convinced Atlanticist, as I think that most of us here around, we are Atlanticists. But we have to recognize the reality. The US, I'm afraid it's not only Trump, but many people in the US, there is a very strong current in the US that thinks that they have to concentrate and focus in Indo-Pacific and to leave the theater of Europe for the Europeans. This is the reality, and it's something we have to cope with. The US now are obsessed with stopping the emergence of China, or to delay as much as possible the emergence of China. And that's where they focus their energy and their resources, and for them Europe is an irritant, and the war in Ukraine is an irritant, a secondary scenario anyway. But that's something we have to go with, and we have to stand up to the situation. Perhaps this approach for Washington would act as a federator, a external federator of Europe. For that, we have to build up a European pillar of NATO, strong, to be an equal footing with the US, and to have a fair burden of sharing, which should have been done much before. And at the end of the day, I think that the moment is approaching when we Europeans, perhaps we have to substitute and replace the US as the leader of NATO. It didn't want to go along with NATO. We Europeans, we had the possibilities of leading the structures, the decision-making processes, and the well-oiled machinery of NATO. It is in our own security, and we think this debate is overdue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Next is our colleague, Mr. Mašgut from Slovakia.
Dziękuję bardzo za słowo. Będzie pokraczował w języku angielskim. Dear colleagues, we live in times when talking about the future of transatlantic relations means not only talking about our defense and security, but also about the business and trade. We heard a lot talking about the competitiveness of the EU, but the new Trump administration is applying the new taxes on our products is already to start a real economic war. No more partners, but competitors. One of the main targets seems to be the automotive. These are threats the Slovak Republic and the whole EU as well as are facing. In my country, for example, 10,000 of people work directly in automotive and hundreds of thousands in suppliers chain. Loss of jobs, reduce of production, capacities, possibility of relocation of our companies to the US are possible negative impact on our companies and mostly on our people, workers. I'm glad that our Slovak EU Commissioner, Mr. Šefčovič, won the trust of the Commission to negotiate with the US administration. I'm sure he will do all his possible to avoid this war before it starts, because we are against the war, not only in terms of the actual situation in Ukraine, but also against the war on economic and trade level that also brings direct victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mashkut. Next is Hristo Gachev from Bulgaria.
Thank you. Frankly said, for 2 months, the new US administration has done more on EU defense integration than, unfortunately, 3 years of war of aggression in Ukraine. We should acknowledge that the US administrations want more engagement from the EU for ensuring its own European security, which we need to commit, but as well taking into account that the US remain the EU's most important strategic partner and ally. In the current global geopolitical competition and contested environment, an ambitious and comprehensive partnership with the US is essential for guaranteeing the peace and security and prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic. Every crisis is an opportunity as well. Europe should take more responsibility for its own security and invest more in its defense capabilities, and we need to walk the talk. It took us 15 years from the first Foreign Affairs Council on Defense to the White Paper on EU defense. Now we need to seize the momentum and implement an ambitious EU defense plan. It is time for Europe to step up. We are already spending more for defense, but we need to do it in a much wiser way. We need to invest in the European defense industrial base and industrial and technological base and capabilities of scale, and to cooperate closely with key partners and allies such as the UK, Canada, and Norway. We should also integrate Ukraine in these endeavors. This would help strengthen the transatlantic bond and show the will and capacity of the EU to stand up to the challenges it faces for its own security, and to do it together with our partners and allies. And just a reminder, every public message that transatlantic bond is broken is only making Russia rejoice.
Thank you. Next is from Lithuania, Mr. Jeglinskas.
Thank you, Chair. Great to be here. Now, there seems to be a consensus that we have a couple of vectors going here in terms of defense spending. So one, we kind of go it alone here in Europe, develop our own capabilities. The second one would be kind of going with sticking with the U.S. and salvaging the relationship. I think, again, of course, we need to do a lot more here in Europe, but we need the U.S. There's simply no alternative at this point. We have to work together. Now, we heard passionate speeches today. That Europe has awakened. The 800 billion euro package seems to be a proof of that. Now, again, the reality is rather different. While we welcome the white paper from the Commission, but let's look at the rearm, 150 billion of loans to be borrowed and then on lent. Then we have 650 billion is only a potential amount that would be unlocked by gradually getting rid of fiscal constraints. So really nothing is bad here. The question is any of that money on the table now? Now, honestly, to say that Europe, we have broken the predicament and we have entered a new paradigm would be an overstatement. So I agree here with our speaker, Kasia, who said that mobilizing Russia's assets would send a powerful message of action. Absolutely agree with that. Now, some are saying that that U.S. is abandoning Europe or that democracy is under threat. Again, I think we'll see, but we hope the U.S. is back. Again, I agree with our speaker. So let's not give up on America. Let's appreciate the wake-up call. Let's support Ukraine politically, militarily, financially. Less talk, more action, more investment in defense. Let's put money on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Koen Pedersen from the Netherlands.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. With regard to the future of the transatlantic relations, we need to focus on acting instead of talking, and we need to focus on what's uniting us in that context. We need to stop complaining about the US and about the leaders who have been elected democratically, because complaining is an expression of self-pity, and that's not worth the while. We should be grateful for the support of the US over the past 80 years, because without that support, we would not have this meeting at this location today. We need to keep the United States engaged through the NATO by taking responsibility, by increasing the defense budget, by increasing the number of troops, by transforming our defense industry, and by being prepared to deploy the armed forces and the military. Only this will drive the deterrence that will ultimately keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Titus Koleatsean from Romania.
Thank you, David. Colleagues, building a strong Europe with our strong defense European capabilities, it became a must. If possible, avoiding, nevertheless, the duplication with the NATO structures. And very honestly, the Americans during the years, they were right, starting with President Obama during the NATO summit in Wales, September 2014. I was there. President Trump, then President Biden, and then President Trump once again with its own special way of telling things. We lost precious time and huge opportunities, not at least some of the allies not delivering according to their own commitments in the NATO summit in Wales. Secondly, I will agree, David McAllister, that mentioned initially the fact that we saw during the years better times, good times, but also ups and downs, and nevertheless we succeeded to preserve this solid transatlantic partnership. A strong transatlantic partnership should remain a priority for the European Union, and especially for the countries which are allies within the alliance in the Black Sea region. This, in the end, is making the difference. And there are reasons for being positive and remaining nevertheless optimistic. If you look on the economic substance, for instance, the trade between the European Union and the United States in 2023, 1,600 billion of euros. That means 30% of the world trade and 43% of the GDP all in all. What we should not forget also the discussion with the Americans on values and fundamental principles, because crime of aggression remain a crime of aggression and should be punished. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Enrico Borghi from Italy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The new framework of Atlantic relation must recognize that today's Washington is shaped by Donald Trump, who seems to align with the dystopian fears of Philip Roth, the plot against America. In this new dimension, Europe can no longer rely on the privileged support of the United States, yet the destinies of our peoples remain deeply intertwined beyond the political choices. The United States and the European Union are like the two lungs of the same organism. They must breathe in unison. This is why we need to redefine the transatlantic balance of power. So much of our future security, prosperity, and the freedom depends on this modernization relation. And despite Trump's nationalist rhetoric, America knows that its true strength lies in its global alliance. Preserving them is not just about friendships. It is about securing the future of both Europe and the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alexandra Atalidis from Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. President. The significant shift in the foreign policy landscape under the new American administration constitutes one of the major challenges for the Union. This change impacts transatlantic ties, a cornerstone of global stability. We face uncertainties that challenge the long-standing trust between the United States and Europe, raising concerns about the reliability of the US as security partner for our continent. Historically, transatlantic relations have served as a stabilizing force. However, we cannot accept a partnership based on threats and coercion. Such dynamics contradict the principles of mutual respect, especially in light of trade wars and expansionist ambitions that threaten the sovereignty of EU member states. At this critical juncture, we must unite against actions that violate international law. The Union must reaffirm its commitment to the values that underpin a just international order. As we consider future relations with the US, we must ask whether President Trump will understand that prioritizing Americans' interests does not conflict with our shared objectives of peace, security, and common values. However, until clarity emerges, we must move forward with a renewed commitment to the values and principles that unite us, not forgetting that appeasement is not the way forward. It was used and failed, and on the ashes of its failure, our union was born. Finally, one reminder to the Turkish delegation. Osman Kavala, Selahattin Demirtas, and Ekrem İmamoğlu. They speak loud from the prison, and they say that there is no rule of law, how much they are trying to convince us of the opposite. And I am ashamed that nobody raised the issue of İmamoğlu in this meeting, because we cannot proceed to forge relations when they are not based on the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Kristulović Opara from Croatia. Molim.
Hvala gospodine predsjedniče, dragi Davide. Da bude jedna stvar jasna. Neće biti jake Europe niti slobodne Europe.
A free Europe and strong Europe will not happen if we allow for a fundamental principle to be undermined, and that is the sovereignty of Ukraine and the peace on the principle of international law and justice. We do not need new armaments if we give a prize for Russia for what it has done, because this might be an invitation to others in Europe who could to attack their neighbors. Are you sure that Serbs will not rebel and provoke another war? Are you sure that Kosovo will not be attacked again? I am sure that if this principle is undermined, the peace in Europe is undermined and eroded. And therefore, we should not negotiate to the detriment of Ukrainian freedom. We are very aware of this in Croatia, because my colleague and me, some 30 years ago, we were soldiers who fought for their country and defended it from Serbian aggression. The same aggressor that aggressed Kosovo and Bosnia. And yes, I agree, NATO was wrong to bomb Serbia. Yes, because it bombed Serbia too late. Too late to stop Serbia from attacking its neighbors.
Next speaker is Aron Emilsson from Sweden.
Mr. Chair, honorable colleagues, thank you. This urgent debate frames a crucial topic, and let me reflect just two remarks in this regard. First, the current US administration challenges the strength of the transatlantic link, no doubt. However, we need to strive and preserve and develop relations where possible. Our shared values are greater than the policy of one administration and unpredictable rhetoric. Second, China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia are for the short and long term common enemies, axis of evils which need to be targeted with joint measures across the transatlantic link. And let's show interest in the Indo-Pacific, and let's highlight the cost for US not to support Ukraine, and the alternative cost if Russia moves forward and continue its warfare and expansion policy towards a NATO country and others, how this will affect the US, because we all know that this will means severe effects also for the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is our honourable friend Pavel Fischer.
Thank you, Chair. We speak about transatlantic relations, and I think that this is the moment to thank Władysław Teofil Bartoszewski and Katarzyna Pisarska, who introduced this issue in such a strategic framework that it is very important that we develop this. In this very room, we have not to forget that we have very important actors. We have Norway. Thank you for being with us. We have UK, United Kingdom, which has such a role to play in building the European pillar of NATO. We have Turkey, which has such a strategic role in the Black Sea region. And I think that we have to broaden our view from this narrow approach that we sometimes are in, because we shouldn't forget that we have also Denmark in the room. And Denmark with Greenland is under huge fire that we should maybe strategize together how to accompany Denmark in this very sensitive moment, and because there are things which are not negotiable. For instance, if we lose the rule of law framework, we will miss the common ground also for the solution for Ukraine. So thank you, Denmark, for being with us. Maybe we should think twice how to help you to challenge this situation, which can be, strategically speaking, very sensitive. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Pavel. Next is Anna Katarina Mendes from the European Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank and I say that I fully agree with Ms. Katarzyna, because I think that she puts the things where we should put this debate. And that's why I want to share with you 3 ideas. First of all, Trump has turned up the international rule book and demonstrated a shocking disregard to the very sense of European security. And that's why I think that we must recalibrate our diplomatic strategy to safeguard European security interests and reinforce the relations with strategic partners. And that's why it's so important to have also the voice of United Kingdom. Secondly, we must really think that nowadays it is not possible to have to share with the United States the same values, principles, and interests, but we should be more autonomous as a European project. And finally, we should keep a strong cooperation and dialogue within the frameworks of the NATO strategic concept and the EU strategic compass, and also improving both industrial production and operational capacity. At the end, we speak about democracy and rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eleftherios Kitistakis from Greece.
Thank you. As Mrs. Pisarska said a while ago, to this day, NATO remains the most credible security provider, I guess, across the entire transatlantic area, steadily growing both in size and in confidence. In the same time, throughout NATO's long history, we have learned that Europe and North America are stronger, safer, and more prosperous when they join forces for a common purpose. Today, this strategic stability is facing international threats such as terrorism, irregular migration, cyber, and hybrid coercion. All of these, both collectively and individually, threaten the values and principles on either side of the Atlantic. A stronger Europe doesn't question our collective security commitments under the North Atlantic Treaty. On the contrary, A stronger Europe will strengthen transatlantic relations, contributing to a fair burden sharing and complementing NATO's activities and missions. A solid cooperation between the EU and the NATO, based on shared values and transparency, can provide substantial added value to our common security goals. Transatlantic security will only benefit from such a focus and strategic cooperation. Finally, it should be duly noted that the defense sector falls within the core national competencies of the member states. Hence, the need to respect national competencies in defense must be emphasized, and the different perceptions and structures of the member states regarding political and military readiness should be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jukka Kopra, Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of surprised why we are so surprised as Europeans, according to what the US administration is saying at the moment. Of course, there are things that we disagree with, or we could sort of say that should be done otherwise, especially, or for example, the treatment of Denmark and Greenland, which I personally cannot approve Trump's administration's behavior on that. Or we can be worried about, will there be sustainable and justified peace in Ukraine, and is this being handled properly? However, there are many things that we should have, or we have known beforehand, but we have not acted upon. For example, the US administration has stressed for years that their main security policy interests, number one is not Europe, it's number one is Indo-Pacific area, number two is actually Middle East, and their interest number three is in Europe. So this has been told us many times during the years, but we haven't been able to act upon these things. Also, not only Trump, but other presidents of US have been saying that European NATO countries should spend more on their defense, but we still have countries that fail to achieve the 2% agreed level on their defense spending. Most likely in Hague in end of June, there will be 3.5% recommendation or 3.7%, and I really hope that all European NATO countries are able to achieve that. I'm sorry, Chairman, one sentence more, so that we can build up our defenses. And once we have a strong branch of European NATO countries which handle their defense well, I'm sure that US will see it more interesting to be part of this defensive alliance.
Thank you. Next is Toshko Hadzihitodorov from Bulgaria.
Thank you. I will speak in Bulgarian.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are facing a new chapter in the relationship between Europe and the United States. And I believe this is a moment where we have to follow the example of our American partners and make Europe great again. These are conditions for a predictable and strong relationship between Europe and the United States. The new American administration is brutally honest and is chasing results. It may not be liked by certain actors in Europe, but we must take into account and implement the same approach. It is time to realize that as Europeans, nobody owes anything to us. You're not given respect, you have to earn the respect. We need in our relationship with the United States to have mutual respect based on fairness, and we have to trust reason, sound reason, and not things like gender diversity and others. As sovereign nations, our approach should be targeting the termination of this terrible way. In the past and now, the role in the United States in European security is indispensable. This is reality. Everything else is just spoken words. So we must provide long-lasting engagement of the states to Europe again. Let's make Europe great.
Gian Giacomo Calovini from Italy is next.
Thank you, Chairman, colleagues. There is a major debate in my country, Italy, about the future of transatlantic relations. In my view, we must not forget that the West is not just a geographical concept, but West, it means freedom, it means democracy, it means the protection of individual rights and respect for the rule of law. These values are not abstract ideals or empty slogans. They are the result of centuries of history. We are living, we know, in a time of growing geopolitical tension. Authoritarian powers are trying to reshape global stability through the force. I'm a strong believer in Europe and its future, like I think everybody here. But to think that Europe can defend itself alone without the support of the United States is a dangerous illusion. Many of our countries are members of NATO, and NATO is not just a military alliance, but it is the framework of Western security. Only through strong transatlantic cohesion can we ensure stability and effective deterrence. This is the path we must follow. Because if we share the West, it will be a defeat for all of us and a victory for those who seek to destroy the West, its history, and the values we stand for.
Thank you. Next is Tom Weidig from Luxembourg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, the future of our transatlantic relations is a wrong title. It should be, how can we have a constructive working relationship with Donald Trump and his people? The biggest obstacle is an obvious one. We have criticized him, ridiculed him, belittled him, and insulted him over years. Donald Trump never forgets. This is a problem for Europe, and not just for those of you who went against him. European politicians did everything they could for him not to be re-elected, and now we complain that they interfere with our politics. We should take Vice President J.D. Vance's speech to heart. We should listen and reflect. We need to reconcile and apologize for our interference in US politics. Donald Trump is certainly not an easy person to understand. First, he's not from posh Manhattan, but from working class Brooklyn. He speaks with a lot of bravado, big words, contradictory statements, and a lot of barking. We need to focus on his actions and not his words. Second, he is a real estate developer. He knows how to sell dreams, but let's be clear. He must also have a good sense of reality and pragmatism to put up buildings. That's hard science. So I do believe that he's open to clear, rational arguments. Moreover, Donald Trump is surrounded by very intelligent people. Let's listen to their arguments, reflect on their criticism, and engage with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Celia Groothede from Belgium.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I want to talk to you about two pacts. First, of course, the Warsaw Pact, and we must face there that Mr. Trump thinks that Putin is a valid partner. He demeaned President Zelensky. He announced to deliver lesser materials to allies, and today he is again threatening Greenland's autonomy and Denmark's. So we must prepare for independence in materials and leadership. So what about this other pact? The Marshall Pact. It stabilized Europe, it united us in democracy, and today US aid undertook a very similar task in democratization and health prevention for Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Regions that we depend upon strategically for their economic power and for their raw materials. Now, today revoking this aid will cause 1 million starving children without access to food, multi-drug-resistant tuberculosis soaring by 30%, hundreds of millions of people with polio. This will result in worldwide destabilization, and we know that diseases do not know borders. So we must prepare, and we face a geopolitical choice there. Either we abandon these whole continents, and we must know that Russia or China are very prepared to jump in, and we isolate ourselves. Or we take the humane, but also geopolitical and strategically wise way, and we become an international leader in democratic and humane help, a new beacon. This is our choice. We help or we drown. Thank you.
Thank you. And now it's Michael Gahler's turn from the European Parliament.
Thank you very much. We will, of course, not close the doors or freeze the transatlantic links from our side. But I hope that in 3 years, 9 months, and 26 days, when Trump is over, we will have used the time productively and are stronger together and therefore considered a more attractive partner for a next administration, because I'm sure such next administration will understand that if America first means America alone, it's not enough. Already now the Chinese are happy that we are at loggerheads with each other on tariffs, that we are imposing problems on us in the US and EU, and they are profiting from that. So let's consider that. Let's use the time to strengthen the transatlantic link with Canada and stand united behind our Danish friends when they seek to protect their Greenlanders against such wishes from the current administration. And let's have the contacts in the United States on the state level to see where there are a lot of European investments, where the Americans profit from the contact with us, and make clear that we are good partners, the best partners in the world, and not the Russians and not the Chinese. So I think also at the same time that we will have to use the, as I said in the previous speech, that we need to strengthen Ukraine for our sake, not only because of Ukraine. Without 900,000 Ukrainian soldiers and without a support from the US in case of need, we would be standing there naked, and that is nothing that can we afford. So let us also stand united behind Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next is Emily Thornberry from the House of Commons.
Thank you, Chair. And can I begin by thanking Poland for not just for hosting this conference, but for their outstanding leadership on the issue of defence and security. May I commend the thoughtful contribution of their chair of the Security Committee, perhaps whose contribution is only matched by Mr. Petersens from the Netherlands, who managed to summarise everything in less than a minute. But I think that the way in which we need to strengthen the transatlantic alliance is very much like one has in the most effective relationship, which is that parties are strong and they're mature and they're responsible and confident. And I think this is an opportunity for us to step up and do exactly that. And the EU, of course, is not alone. It has friends and partners in the UK and Canada and Norway. But it's complicated. We are many different countries. We are many different democracies. We have to pull together. Many of us have quite robustious democracies. But we have to keep our eye on the prize. We have to keep our eye on the mutual interest that we all have and not get lost in the weeds of our minor differences. And remember that we can come out of this stronger and better, a group of liberal democracies who will adhere together and to continue to support the rule of law.
Thank you very much. Next is Michael Jensen from Denmark.
Well, thank you so much, Chair. And first of all, thank you so much for the kind words about the integrity of the Kingdom of Denmark's borders. We really appreciate that and say thank you for that. European Union was born on the idea that rule of law was one of the founding values of us organization. And it's very, very important that we strive to that regarding both Ukraine, but also other countries. Our kingdom has been threatened now for a couple of months with very direct talks about annexation of part of our territory. It is completely unacceptable behavior. It is completely unacceptable behavior from a close friend of our country, a close ally of our country. Danish troops per population actually lost more, were killed more than the American troops in Afghanistan. We were with the Americans in Afghanistan from the start till the end. We were part of the Iraq War, and we have been fulfilling our part in NATO since it was founded. So we're not a bad ally. We are a strong friend. And therefore, we also need our friends in Europe now to say enough is enough. It is not acceptable to go and interfere in another country, in a NATO ally, in a European member country. Now, enough is enough. Europe has to stand strongly united and really say our border integrity is not in question. Please help us. We need your help. Thank you so much.
The applause shows the great wave of solidarity with Denmark at this conference. Next is Hulusi Akar from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and dear colleagues. Today, NATO remains pivotal in addressing both traditional and hybrid threats, and I believe that common values, common security concerns, and the economic interests ensure the continuity of our relations. Therefore, addressing global challenges, combating threats like terrorism and the cyber attacks, and fostering economic and climate cooperation will be crucial for strengthening those bonds. Committed to the principle of the indivisibility of security within NATO, Turkey consistently supports NATO's deterrence and the defense efforts in all aspects, namely cash capabilities and the contributions. Turkey has already accepted all 2025 NATO capability targets and exceeded the 2% defense spending threshold. Our participation to EU4 Althea is one example of our strong support for regional stability. We are the largest non-EU troop contributor to EU4 Althea under the Berlin Plus arrangements. In this context, Turkey is ready to contribute to a more robust transatlantic relations and to deepen cooperation in the defense sector and the advanced technology. Not for Greek Cypriots. Instead of interfering our internal affairs, they had better answer and explain decades-old atrocities and human rights violations against Turkish Cypriots. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Ivana Klimpushtsin-Zadze from Ukraine.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, it's definitely reassuring to hear a lot of sober and clear assessment how Europe has to readdress its capability to defend itself. But it's important at the same time we understand that this requires time, this requires resources, and that requires a lot of different type of actions. In the meantime, it's important for us to try to re-engage with the United States, but on the trustworthy terms, and make sure that we are doing this in the partnerly manner. But definitely that can be done only on the value basis, and that particular part needs reassurance lately, unfortunately. For us Ukrainians, it's clearly important that these peace efforts of the United States would actually lead to the just and sustainable peace in Europe. But we also see that in order for that peace to be achieved and these peace efforts to be successful, Russian bully has to be pressured to that particular corner of that peace. And that means that the United States has to understand the real goals of the Russian Federation in this war. And those are definitely not just parts of the Ukrainian soil. This is the extermination and extinction of the Ukrainian nation, but also making sure that the world order right now is being defined and guided by the rule of might and not rule of right. And let me remind you in this whole that Putin also wants to ensure that he gets back to the borders of 1997. That means that our common European security is the greatest threat, and we have to fight for it together. And right now, while we are talking here, unfortunately, European security is being discussed by the Americans and the Russians without Europe's presence.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Ivana. Next is Ms. Gylfa Dottir from Iceland.
Thank you very much. Well, the current administration in the United States is not the advocate of real freedom right now. They are playing with fire within important elements of the worldview that is the basis of peace and freedom for Europe and for the United States itself. I do have faith in America, and I have faith in the Americans, but we should not be fooled with what the plan is. Hopefully it won't be long before the US changes course, because it's definitely headed in the wrong direction, but hoping without planning means being complacent. If we should support the US on its peace talks, the talks should be about real peace, I'm assuming, where we talk about truly independent and sovereign Ukraine, where they can make decisions for themselves, where the nation is free, where the territory is theirs, where their children is being brought back. When the US talks about its closest allies as bad allies, when the US threatens its closest allies and picks up Kremlin talking points, we really should open our eyes and react. This should be obvious, difficult, yes, new reality, yes, but realistic and crucial as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Fuat Oktay, Turkey.
For more than 7 decades, the transatlantic relationship has played a crucial role in the international system. Continuing its EU membership bid, being a NATO ally and a founding member of some major European institutions, Turkey strives to deepen its strategic relations with Europe and the US, based on the existing and new cooperation mechanisms and opening policies. Turkey, in this regard, considers transatlantic bonds very important for the security and prosperity in our broader region. Having said that, I believe that the current state of play in European-American relations encourages us to further develop relations between allies under the NATO umbrella, as well as between the EU and the candidate countries. In these efforts, avoiding one-sided and unilateral approaches is very important. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to call for holistic, better structured, strategic, and mutually beneficial relations between Turkey and the EU. We do expect allies to live up to the Vilnius and Washington summit commitments and to eliminate all restrictions and obstacles on defense, trade, and investment among allies without further delay. We are here to team up for preparedness and rapid response for the current security challenges. But unfortunately, we hear accusations. It's time to unite. As Pavel Fischer of Czech Republic stated, it's time to stand for strategic rather than narrow approaches. There have been corruption accusations concerning members of the European Parliament, some mayors and presidents of some major countries in Europe as well. But this is not the conference and session to discuss these issues. Thank you.
Next is Nikola Zirojevic from Montenegro.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear words of support from our EU neighbors, our colleagues from Croatia, and I am especially grateful for their call to support the truly pro-European opposition forces in Montenegro. Unfortunately, Montenegro has gone from being a model country to becoming a problem for our partners over the past 4 years. In order to change this, we need the support of all of you. In the current geopolitical situation, when the Balkans once again represent a serious security threat in Europe, when our so-called guarantor of peace is once again trying to provoke conflict in Kosovo and now to ignite Bosnia, the security sector in Montenegro is deeply compromised by personnel loyal to the Serbian and Russian intelligence services. Just a few days ago, we saw a public statement by the former head of Serbian intelligence openly claiming that Montenegro's former prime minister was under their control. Perhaps the current one is too. The honest assessment is that EU diplomacy has seriously failed in Balkans, and now is the right time to make things right. Let's do it together, because it's obvious that we need each other. Thank you.
Next is Jan Mahnic from Slovenia.
Thank you, Chairman. 70 years of NATO history should be enough to believe that NATO will still exist after President Trump leaves office in 4 years. NATO has already survived Trump once, and it is precisely because of him that NATO has become better and stronger. If Trump wouldn't demand fair burden sharing, we wouldn't raise our military spendings during his first term. NATO is capable to adapt and is going to adapt to the new reality brought by Trump administration. And maybe Trump himself will at one point recognize that it is the United States that will need an alliance in competition and conflict with China. And maybe European countries will realize how global security is nowadays, and that Europe's security and stability is also guaranteed in the Indo-Pacific region. The increasing polarization of security requires that the West and the rules-based world order maintain the necessary degree of attractiveness to third countries and the global South. Russia and China are competing with us here and are successfully grouping countries around them. Only strong and effective transatlantic cooperation involving partners from all over the world is the solution here. Europe must become a reliable and credible partner in the alliance, and NATO must grow from a regional to a global organization.
Viktor Wojtko from the Czech Republic is next.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we seem to be shaken by the end of one geopolitical era. Interesting is that we are surprised. Why? Because we face something unexpected. And when I was thinking about it, let me give you some of my thoughts about it. First of all, we in the EU tend to perceive ourselves as adult, but we can see now that we are still teenagers in some respect. And we need to mature and become self-reliant as much as possible and as fast as possible. And it is very much related to our transatlantic relationships, because in this respect, without being mature means that we will make huge mistakes, as many teenagers would do in their life. The important message is that it is not a tragedy, it is life, and we've all experienced that. We can build our relationships in a more mature way accordingly and not reject all that we share and find some common ground, not only with the US, but also with our other partners. I think it's important to realize that and see the paradigm shift here. We have the economic power, we have the people. The only thing we need is the determination to do it, and do it in an adult way. Thank you.
Milovan Drečun from Serbia is next.
Poštovani predsjedavajući, govorit ću na srpskom jeziku.
Future transatlantic relations inevitably will be also influence partner countries, including Serbia. And it is certain that this debate should include partner countries. All of us here today, we are the subject of a hybrid campaign of disinformation conducted by a Croatian MP. You know, it used to be that the Serbs and Croats lived in a common state together, spoke a common Serbo-Croat language. Now this MP is saying unacceptable things, using language of hostility towards the Serbian people when saying that the NATO should have, contrary to the United Nations Security Council decision, to bombard Serbia, saying that Serbia would attack Kosovo. Kosovo is not a state, but rather according to United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244 and the international law that you are all of you here for. It is an integral part of Serbia, and Serbia cannot attack part of its own territory. Serbia said very clearly that it is absolutely committed to addressing the Kosovo issue in a peaceful, political way, but in accordance with international law and compliance with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244. Maybe many countries have violated to that international law, including Croatia, from which the MP comes, by brutally recognizing the unilaterally declared independence of Kosovo. Serbia will not attack anyone. Serbia is a pillar of stability in the Western Balkans, the most influential country, and this pillar of stability was recognized by the European Union and the NATO and the US, the entire international community. And here we are listening from the MPs from Croatia accusing Serbia of potential aggression. Once again, a wonderful example of the hybrid actions conducted from EU member states, from Croatia towards third countries. Distinguished Chairman, I expected that you would reprimand the Croatian MP when he spoke about Kosovo. Kosovo is on the agenda of this conference with an asterisk to it, so it does not prejudice its status. When you say Kosovo, you're prejudicing the status. Kosovo Metohija is the right name for the southern province of Serbia. Thank you.
Next is Rainer Semet from Germany.
Mr. Chairman and dear colleagues, the United States of America are on a way we didn't expect. But we are the United States of Europe, plus Great Britain, and plus, of course, Turkey. And we have to take care on ourselves. That's the message Donald Trump sent us now, and he already sent this message 4 years ago when he was president. And we have to take care on ourselves. The European countries spend about half of the money now what the United States spent for the military. And this is really a lot of money, but we are not effective enough to use what we are doing, and we don't have a real plan together. And this is our thing we have to do now. We have to stand together. We have to define or to develop a plan for our own security, and that's a real reform program for Europe. And I'm very sure we can do it. We can reach the security we need because we are strong together, and so I'm not in a bad condition, and I think this is very, very urgent thing we have to think about, not only to talk. We have to do it in our own countries, and we have to bring it together to a plan, and we can stay together still with the United States. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank. Bernard Getter from the European Parliament is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, vis-à-vis de la Russie d'aujourd'hui, nous suivons le vieil adage romain. Si vis pacem para bellum,
thank you very much.
si tu veux
I
la paix,
believe
prépare la guerre. Vis-à-vis des États-Unis d'aujourd'hui, nous devrions
if you
inventer
want peace,
une
get
autre
ready
si
for
tu veux
peace.
l'union, prépare
We should follow
la
this old
désunion.
wisdom.
Si tu veux la pérennité
If you want
de l'Alliance
union,
Atlantique, et
be
Dieu sait que
prepared
nous
for
la
the lack
voulons,
of
et
union. If
Dieu
you want
sait que nous la voulons. Si tu veux la pérennité
permanence
de
of
l'Alliance
the
Atlantique,
transatlantic
prépare-toi.
solution, and God
Prépare-toi à ce que
witness,
les
we
États-Unis
are
la
committed
défassent,
to this.
voire la quittent.
Be ready,
Parce qu'enfin,
be ready
si
for the US to
la
dismantle
politique
it or
de
leave
Trump
it.
se poursuit,
If
nous serons
Trump's
prêts
policies continued,
à agir seuls, à résister
we should be
seuls,
ready
à nous
to
affirmer
act.
seuls. Si, comme nous le souhaitons tous, cette politique s'interrompt
Act
et que les
alone,
États-Unis reviennent
face
à de meilleures
alone.
pensées, eh bien, à ce moment-là,
And I
le
hope
pilier
that the
européen
US
de l'Alliance Atlantique
reverts
sera infiniment
from its
plus
path,
fort
and
et
then the
l'Alliance
pillar
Atlantique en sera
of the
plus forte.
transatlantic
Donc, si tu veux l'union,
security will be
prépare-toi
stronger,
à la
as will be
désunion.
the
Je vous
alliance. So
remercie.
if you want union, be ready for non-union. Thank you.
Merci bien. Arsen Bauk from Croatia is next.
Thank you. There is no such thing as a free lunch is one of more famous American quotes. The American contribution to the defense of Europe wasn't a free lunch. neither for Europe nor America. Neither did America have an obligation to give us a free lunch, nor did we have an eternal right to a free lunch. Big countries have great power, but their mistakes also have great consequences, sometimes for them, but more often for those who are not so big as they are. If the great ones agreed on a peace treaty, it would be implemented, regardless of our protests. Until then, we must work on our security because no one cares about our country like we do. A u preostalom vremenu odgovorit ću samo kolegi iz Srbije da ova današnja rasprava bi mogla se opisati onom poznatom rečenicom jednog srpskog pjesnika: ubi nas prejaka reč ili riječ, kako već želite. Hvala.
Solomia Bobrovska from Ukraine is next.
Thank you. You know, I want to be very frank with you as a Ukrainian and as a Ukrainian MP, because no one pressed us so hard except Russians, of course, for the last 3 years, as Americans did in the last couple weeks when we started these negotiations. And believe me, we are trembling, waiting for the results now from Saudi Arabia, when we had the negotiations and talks with Americans with Russians, and again back with the Ukrainian team. I just want to quote some phrases from the interview of Special American Envoy to Russia about Ukraine, which he said to Tucker Carlson, who is actually used to be American Solovyov, a propagandist, but in American media. So the first one: why should Russia invade Ukraine? Russia wants only stability there. Any security unions equal threat. The biggest issue in all these negotiations, that's to recognize Ukrainian occupied territory being Russian territories. Russians 100% are not planning the march through Europe. I don't think that this audience need repeating the history and understanding the history or reading the history. And everybody wants in the world where Russia and US are back and doing things together, business together, hockey together, and so on. I hope these last 2 months after inauguration, Europe has to accept their reality finally, taking actions and take into consideration the speed of these reactions, leadership, independence, self-sufficiency of the European Union if you're ready to be an adult and separate from the closest ally. And in the end, please really spend money for your defense, because one day you can wake up and we, as Ukrainians, won't be a shield for you anymore. We just can turn to be a new Belarus, but with another weapon, new army, and for thousands of kilometers of the border from Poland to Moldova. Thank you.
So this concludes our urgent debate on current issues. I now give the floor back to first State Secretary Bartoszewski and then to Ms. Pisarska. If I may ask you both to keep it to roughly 5 minutes. First, Mr. Bartoszewski.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, to briefly summarize the discussion, I would say the Europeans, all of you tend to agree that the European has to build up the European pillar of NATO, strengthen it, get ready, step up, take action, talk less, but be prepared even for the disunion. And we just have to do our work. At the same time, the second thing which also comes out, we do value the transatlantic relations, and we have to find a way to engage with the current administration of the United States. We can't afford to ignore them, while at the same time, we can't afford to abandon our principles and values of rule of law and democracy. We have to find a way. That's what politicians are for. We do not want a return to the spheres of influence. China in particular, Russia thrives on chaos. Russia would like the war to continue. Russia doesn't want peace. And China would like to go back to what it was, but redrawn. Spheres of influence, that's the idea. It's Southeast Asia, ours. Europe, Russia will have to deal with this. America, who cares? It's American. Southern America included. Africa, well, to be discussed. We can't agree to that because we know what it leads to. We certainly support the peace efforts of President Trump. But I'd like to remind my dear friend Zoltan that there is peace and it's a diktat. In Hungarian history, that diktat was called Trianon, and we do not want a repetition in Europe. Thank you.
Katarzyna, please.
Thank you. So really, 2 minutes. I wanted to thank very much our Ukrainian friends, Ivana, Salomia, for reminding us in a very sober way that today in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, we as Europe are not at the table, and yet we are at the menu of these negotiations. And I think we all realize that the type of peace settlement we're going to get from Riyadh at the end will not only determine European security, but it's going to be a litmus test for the transatlantic alliance, where we really stand on security and where we stand on the transatlantic alliance values. Because for Europe, it is critical to obtain something that is called just peace. And just peace means the restoration of Ukrainian sovereignty over its own territory. It means Russia payment of reparations for loss and damages inflicted by occupation and by this war. And it also means security guarantees for Ukraine. Why do we want just peace? Not because it's just and it's nice, but because this is the only way to deter Russia from future invasions. So if Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and these negotiations will not result in just peace, if they will propose to Ukraine a settlement that at the end of the day is not acceptable for Ukraine, because it will mean losing sovereignty by Ukraine, the question to all of us here, Europeans, is, can we stand up there for Ukraine? Will we be able to support against an unjust settlement Ukraine and European security? And for me, the final really test, and this is one thing really I would ask you personally, if Ukrainian and European security is at the very center of your heart, is whether we will be able, for example, to confiscate Russia's frozen assets. Because only then we show clear determination and understanding where good and evil lies, and clear determination to support Ukraine and European security. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to Poland. Thank you for everything you are doing for the discussions, debate in Europe today. And we hope that we will, as Poland, continue engaging with you in these discussions and working together to a much more just Europe and secure Europe. Thank you very much.
Madam Pisarska, Mr. Bartoszewski, thank you for your contributions. Colleagues, thank you for your participation. This concludes the first day of our conference. Now we will all have a break. The buses are just outside of the same main entrance, and they will take you back to your hotels at 7:15. The buses will then take you to the dinner in the restaurant The Tides. I close today's session. See you tonight and tomorrow morning. Thank you.